Yo, what is up, my gamer? Oh, hold on. Yep, my mic is active. Okay, I was about to say, is my mic not active? That would be a catastrophe. Let me turn that down just a hair. Just a hair. But what's up, everybody? Today is the date of January 23rd of 2026. And let me tell you, it's a cold day. It's a cold day. I was firsthand to experience the wave of the flurry of cold, so I was dealing with it. Anyways, I'm going to share my link real quick, and then we will get started with today's show. We have quite a bit to go over. We first will be talking about one moment. We have a message from President Donald Trump at the March for Life. Now, this was just put out, I think, 2 hours ago. I haven't watched it. I haven't even seen anybody talk about it, really. So, I'm excited to hear from our dear president, our dear President Trump. Sorry, let me get closer to the mic a little bit, so it's so I'm crisp and clear, just for you guys, okay? That's why I'm here, for you guys. Anyways, let me share my link real quick. Again, we will be finishing, hopefully, Front Mission 4 tomorrow. In our new game, I don't really know if it's new, but our game is Morrowind. So get excited for Morrowind. I'm a big Morrowind fan. I'm a big Elder Scrolls fan. You know, the Elder Scrolls is just a classic. It's a fun time. It's a fun time, you know? Anyways, if you guys forgot, we are a spell sword. Okay? So don't forget that information. At time? What is... I've never heard of that command. I guess it's new. We are live. Hold on. Reacting to Ulfric's message to the Dunmer what would they call it? The Dunmer marches. There we go. That's a good one. I think that one's a really good one. I've done some good memes in my past, but that one's pretty good. Alright, that was an open panel. Not really any self-promo potential there. Let's go to Wick. Advertise a little bit in there. Shout out to Wick. I also need to reach out to Tom from the Tomfoolery Show so I can get on some panels. I've been checking in on his stream. He does really long streams. I'm very impressed with his what would I call it? His output. It's very impressive, I will say. And his endurance. There we go. Endurance is a good word. It was very impressive as well. I don't think I could do a 10-hour long stream. Maybe if I was getting paid to do it. Which we will be introducing monetization, guys. You guys will be able to, at some point in the near future, send fun memes and messages. So get excited for that. I mean, come on. Anyways, I do need to... Let me see if there's anywhere else I need to self-promo. I don't think so. So, without further ado, let me go to my stream settings, make sure it's public. You know, the worst thing is not having your stream be public. That is, and thinking you're doing a public stream when in reality you're doing a private stream. I can't tell you how many times that happened. Anyways, I am going to quickly get my chat set up on my phone, and then we'll start playing a little Morrowind, and then... Hey bro, I might not be able to stay here for long. I have a throat infection. Ah, damn. I'm sorry to hear about that, man. That's alright. Looks like you're one of the first ones here, though. What's up? But, I hope your throat gets better, man. I'm sorry to hear about that. Let's get me, pulled up on here. What's up, dog? But, anyways. Sorry, I just had some intruders. I apologize. Alright, now we're good to go, though. So, let me, boot up gamer time here. You guys know what I'm saying out here. By the way, if you guys are new to the stream, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. Anyways, let me start up on some Morrowind. Last time I think we saved in the Mages Guild or something like... Oh no, we need to find this homeless man who's like an Imperial agent. That's what we're doing right now as we speak. Rents a little bed and breakfast up on the hill from the south wall. So up on the hill right here. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. This must be where he lives. I mean, it's gotta be. It's gotta be where he lives. You're not who I was looking for. You're not who I was looking for, my friend. The dude I'm looking for, he starts with a C. Maybe it's this? I mean, he said it's on the hill up from the south wall, so... Oh, I bet it's this one right here. Yeah. Knew it. God, I'm such a genius. This is why nobody wants to debate me right here. Too good at solving riddles. I'm too good at it. There he is. What? Alright, I'm not going to read his text. What I am going to do is probably get the show started here in about 2 minutes. Let me check Discord one last time. I guess I'll share it in Not So Erudite's stream as well. Shout out, and might as well DB, you know, Dylan Burns, the boy, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Dylan Burns. And Hutch. Hey, you gotta be shameless when you're promoting yourself, guys. You gotta be shameless. That's a requirement. Alright, Discord's out. But if you guys ever want to join the Discord and have a fun little debate with me, let me know, because I'm always down to throw down in the field of ideas. So let me know. If you do end up joining the Discord, please let me know in chat, and I will reactivate my Discord and go on there. Anyways, we have a lot to get to. Hold on, I'm gonna wait until the road most traveled is over, because it's just cinema. It's just cinema in terms of atmospheric sound. I mean, listen to that. Doesn't that make you want to begin a fun little adventure? It makes me want to. Anyways, let us turn the stats off and get the man of the hour on the screen. There he is. Look at him. Look at that man. He's something. All right. I have a theory that every time I put Trump on the screen, it'll dump like 50 new people in here. So let's see if that theory is put to scrutiny or not. Oh, hold on. It's gonna go dark for you guys. I need to know how to get rid of that bug where it blacks out my screen whenever I go to my secondary browser, but that's something for the future. Anyways, President Donald J. Trump, the man, the myth, he has something to say to the March for Life protesters 2026. Let's find out.
Hello to everyone at the March for Life. For 53 years, students, families, patriots, and believers have come to Washington from every corner of the country to defend the infinite worth and God-given dignity of every human life. In 2026, as we celebrate 250 years since our founding fathers recognized the right to life in our Declaration of Independence,
What?
I want to thank every single one of you who was out on this winter day.
It looks like he's going to kill me. I know.
A beautiful day, but it's winter nevertheless, to stand up for the unborn. 6 years ago, I was proud.
Oh, is the March of Life? No, okay, the March of Life. Is this, okay, hold on. What is the fucking March of Life? What is this? I thought I knew what it was, but I guess I'm wrong. What is the March of Life? Share the truth concerning the greatest human rights version of our time. To event and search results, the March of Life is an annual anti-abortion rally. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. This is rich. He's got a bunch of abortions or not a bunch of abortions, but he's got a bunch of shit going on, and this is what he's choosing to talk about. Just great.
Proud to be the first president in history to attend this march in person. Since then, we have made unprecedented strides to protect innocent life and support the institution of the family like never before. There's never been anything like
the institution of the family? What is this guy saying?
In my first term, I was honored to appoint judges and justices who believed in interpreting the Constitution as written. That was a big deal. And because of that, the pro-life
I believe it was as you interpreted it. I don't believe
movement won
it's
the greatest victory in its history. Now the work to rebuild a culture that supports life continues in every state, every community, and every part of our beautiful.
I don't even know what abortion is. It's the right. So if a woman is pregnant and she can't support the baby, or the baby might be born with ailments that would prevent them from living their fullest life, it's their right to abort that baby if if it hasn't become a baby. So essentially, the right to basically have it's a woman's rights thing, in my opinion, because you should have freedom over your body, you know. But that's essentially
this is a battle that must be fought, must be won, not only in the Carter's.
Anyways, I didn't realize this was just some fucking boring gish gallop that Donald Trump wanted to, he wanted to talk about. Interesting though. Anyways, we have the Legal Eagle coming with a unbelievable ICE memo that just leaked. Shout out to the Legal Eagle. Go sub and like his video. He is an amazing content creator. All right. Let us begin.
One is probably you have the right to remain silent, and the other is you need a warrant to enter someone's house and arrest them. But according to a secret leaked ICE legal memorandum, ICE thinks that they can just enter your house and arrest you without any criminal procedure whatsoever.
Yeah,
It's
isn't that
2026 people, and the
insane? I
Constitution-
remember I actually remember hearing about this. It's good to see more people are talking about this. This is fucking insane, guys.
Is optional, apparently. And that should scare absolutely everyone. There are very few things in the Constitution that are more clear than this. That the government can't break into your home without a warrant signed by a judge. Because under King George, you know, the tyrant that we rebelled against, British officers used what were called general warrants to barge into colonist homes without judicial approval. The Fourth Amendment was written to make sure that no government could ever do that again. So naturally, in the year of our Lord 2026, we decided to do exactly that again. So how did we get here? Well, Whistleblower Aid, a non-profit legal organization, represents two anonymous government officials who have revealed a very secretive and highly unconstitutional policy directive issued by ICE in May of 2025. And it looks like there was an actual cover-up to make sure that this memo didn't see the light of day. One of the whistleblowers with
Damn. See, I know there's gonna be so much that comes out. I've heard about it in Serbia when we had our king. It was illegal and it was actually the only crime punishable by death. That's a little weird. I don't know. We've had a lot of science go into it. I believe if it's before the third trimester, that's before the brain and vital organs develop. So if it's before then, I think they should have the right to. Now, after that point, it does get a little dicey. Only medically would I support it.
Within ICE had been allowed to view the memo only in the presence of a supervisor and then had to give it back. That person was not allowed to take notes. A totally legal thing when you're trying to train people on what is and is not constitutionally permissible. A second whistleblower was able to access the memo and lawfully disclose it to Congress through counsel. The whistleblower report and a copy of the memo were leaked to the public. So now we have access to a copy of this internal ICE memo that tells officers they can forcibly enter homes and make arrests using only an administrative warrant rather than a warrant actually signed by a judge.
Now that is insane. That is 1984 levels of control, dude. They just need an approval from their higher officer, essentially.
That distinction matters because under the Fourth Amendment, those two pieces of paper are not interchangeable. In fact, while they share parts of the same name, they're about as similar as a French horn and a shoehorn. Now, an administrative warrant isn't really a warrant as we normally think about it. It's an internal agency document signed by someone who works within the agency instead of a judge from the judiciary branch, which authorizes an arrest for an immigration violation. That administrative warrant allows someone to be arrested, but that's really it. It lets you arrest someone on public property, but it doesn't give them the right to make a forced entry into a private residence. In contrast, judicial warrants must be signed by a judge and specify who or what ICE is seeking. No one is obligated to answer the door for ICE or allow agents into a home unless they have a judicial warrant. But of course, we keep seeing ICE agents forcibly entering homes without any warrant at all and without consent. And we've also seen DHS officers trying to pass off administrative warrants as judicial warrants. In fact, this just happened to Chong Lee Scott Tao, an American citizen from St. Paul. ICE agents burst into his home without showing a judicial warrant while searching for two other people, handcuffed him in front of his grandson, and detained him outside in freezing temperatures wearing only underwear and a blanket. They eventually released him hours after they discovered he was not the target. So if you were wondering just where does ICE get off thinking that it has the right to do this, well, it's not just rogue agents. They apparently wrote this down and trained people on it. Yes, they're being told it's legal. Now, the government may not care about your rights or your privacy, but if you do, now is probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information off of the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shockingly easy to purchase by anyone online. But malicious actors can't hurt you if they can't.
If you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets the message out there.
And so you can fight back and take control of your private information by signing up for today's sponsor, Incogni. Because Incogni wipes your personal data from the internet, makes you do tons of you. On the top of the page, dated May 12th, Homeland Security and seizure. This little thing known as the Fourth Amendment, which is supposed to protect us against unreasonable searches and seizures. But let's dive into this monstrosity. On the top of the page, dated May 12th, 2025, from Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons, the money quote says, quote, although the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has not historically relied on administrative warrants alone to arrest aliens subject to final orders of removal in their place of residence.
Time for a couple more days for just for a little bit longer, not for much longer.
residence, the DHS Office of the
It's
General
just
Counsel
work
has
I've
recently
done
determined that the
scheduling
U.S.
the,
Constitution,
weird
the Immigration
times.
and Nationality Act, and the immigration regulations do not prohibit relying on administrative warrants for this purpose. What is the authority for this position? Not a court decision, not a statute, certainly not the Constitution. It's a Trump executive order, which, as we've explained many times on this channel, is not law. It then explains, quote, essential to the removal of aliens subject to final orders of removal is the ability to locate and arrest them. So you're telling me that in order to deport someone, you have to find them. Wow, these guys are real geniuses. Now, when there has been a formal order of removal, ICE drafts Form I-205, which allows agents to arrest the individual. Supervisors execute Form I-205, and ICE agents will serve that paperwork and take the person into custody. This is nothing new. But here's the sketchy part, quote, accordingly, in light of this legal determination, ICE immigration officers may arrest and detain aliens subject to a final order of removal issued by an immigration judge, the Board of Immigration Appeals, or a U.S. District Court judge or magistrate judge in their place of residence. ICE immigration officers should consider all available enforcement mechanisms, including the use of Form I-205, to arrest an alien in their place of residence to achieve the requirements of Executive Order 14159 in accordance with applicable law and policies. In the next section, the Lyons memo claims that the form, along with the order of removal, are, quote, important because that order establishes probable cause. Except that no, it doesn't. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is not a golden ticket to give probable cause under all circumstances. The memo doesn't bother to cite law here, but there is a footnote that contains an even more sweeping assertion of power, quote, this scoping is not intended to concede that an administrative warrant would be insufficient to arrest an alien in his or her place of residence prior to a formal order of removal, or where there is a final order of removal issued by an immigration officer. So in layman's terms, what this footnote is doing is saying that even though this memo purports to grant sweeping power that has never existed to the executive branch and is actually contrary to all constitutional law, it actually might go further, that maybe you don't even need a final order of removal to be able to conduct these warrantless arrests. This is an astonishing claim. But of course, ICE has been throwing around dubious
insane
paperwork
to be
to justify
claiming
unconstitutional acts for a while now. Remember Kilmar Abrego Garcia? As Liz Dye explained in her latest update, the government never had a final order of removal in his case. So in December, an administrative judge issued a removal order and backdated it to 2019. It's just Calvin Ball all the way down at this point. But that's exactly why the law doesn't consider orders drafted by ICE employees to be on the same level as orders given by judges. ICE orders aren't written up by an impartial magistrate. But moving on to the next paragraph, which says officers must first knock on the door and share who they are and why they're at the residence, agents should, quote, generally only do these raids between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., and the people inside must be given, quote, reasonable chance to act lawfully. But if that doesn't work, the memo says they can use force to go in, quote, should the alien refuse admittance, ICE officers and agents should use only a necessary and reasonable amount of force to enter the alien's residence, following the proper notification of the officer or agent's authority and intent to enter. And this is where we need to pause and talk about why this is such a constitutional red line. The Supreme Court has said that physical entry into the home is the, quote, chief evil the Fourth Amendment was written to prevent. That quote is from a Supreme Court case which rejected Richard Nixon's claim that the president could bypass warrants for domestic threats. The Fourth Amendment was written in response to colonial-era general warrants and writs of assistance, which let officers search homes without specific judicial approval. The entire point of the warrant requirement is that a neutral judge decides when the government can cross that threshold. You know, checks and balances. But ICE is essentially arguing that a notice of removal issued by an immigration judge who isn't really a judge, they are an employee of the executive branch, is enough to supplant the need for a judicial warrant based on probable cause. And even if that were true, which it isn't, it would be trivially easy for ICE to take the notice of removal to a judge and get them to issue a real arrest warrant. But an order of removal is not a replacement for probable cause or a warrant. In fact, a removal order isn't even a criminal undertaking at all. Oh, and by the way, adding insult to injury, the Trump administration job postings for immigration judges now calls them deportation judges, which kind of highlights why
that's kind of crazy. They call them deportation judges now? What the fuck?
you need a real judge to issue a real warrant to enter and arrest someone. Under current Supreme Court doctrine, the Fourth Amendment bars warrantless home entry for arrest unless there is a judicial warrant or exigent circumstances. In Payton versus New York, the court explained that an arrest warrant must be issued by a neutral magistrate, not by the executive branch, before law enforcement can break down someone's door and make an arrest. That's why this memo's claim that administrative warrants suffice is so radical. It asserts exactly what Payton and related cases reject. So what is the government's legal theory here? Why would ICE think an administrative warrant can replace a judge's warrant? Well, as law professor and Fourth Amendment expert Oren Kerr speculates, it might be based on a reading of Abel versus United States, a Supreme Court case from 1960, where the court upheld an immigration arrest in a hotel room.
The stream,
now, the Abel case has never been over.
I'm just paying a little bit of attention to the game right now. But if you guys are enjoying the stream, please make sure to like and subscribe. We've got some absolute virgin in the chat typing about TDS, which is always good. We love to see the MAGA trying their hardest. You know. Got anything else, Derek? Or no, Dean. My bad.
Returned, but it came 20 years before Payton versus New York, the case that made it clear that the government needs a judicial warrant to enter a home. And the Abel case didn't even approve forced entry into someone's home. Hotel staff cooperated, and the court never addressed breaking down doors, curtilage, or modern consent doctrine. The modern rule starts with Payton versus New York. Then in Stigall versus United States, the court went further and ruled that even a valid arrest warrant does not allow police to enter someone else's home to look for the subject without consent. The Fourth Amendment protects the house itself, not just the person being arrested, which is why Scott Tao and many like him should never have been ripped from his home by armed ICE agents who were looking for someone else, and probably did not have consent to enter that home. And that's the doctrine that courts apply today. But the ICE memo appears to cite no law whatsoever in making this general policy.
Okay,
and actually worse—
you don't need law when you've got vibes, dude. What are you talking about? You don't need law when you got vibes, man. You must be thinking this is a different country.
In a footnote, the ICE memo admits that this new policy can't even apply in Los Angeles, in the Central District of California, because of a court decision that runs 100% counter to what they're saying. The case referenced is called Kidd versus Mayorkas, which was a class action lawsuit that challenged ICE's knock and talk tactics in the Los Angeles area. Under this practice, ICE would enter the constitutionally protected private areas around individuals' homes, like the porch or backyard, to arrest occupants without consent or judicial warrant. But the district court, the trial court, held that ICE's practice of entering the curtilage of homes to make arrests without a judicial warrant or valid consent violates the Fourth Amendment. Now, the government settled the Kidd case in 2025. And they agreed not to engage in deceptive tactics during knock and talks, such as misidentifying themselves as state or local cops. And they also agreed not to enter a home without a warrant or consent, quote, for the purposes of arresting residents.
How nice.
And the government ultimately
they finally agreed to follow the law. Wow. Wow. The policy can't apply anywhere? What do you mean?
settled the Kidd case, but the Lyons memo makes it clear that they did not accept the judge's constitutional analysis. I mean, we're only guessing here, but it's likely the government is now arguing that an immigration officer who signs a Form I-205 should count as a judicial officer for Fourth Amendment purposes. In other words, executive branch officials can function as the equivalent of judges. And the administration is trying to make hay out of the fact that administrative warrant and judicial warrant are homophones of each other. Somehow Yale law graduate J.D. Vance said,
"But nobody is talking about doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about different types of warrants that exist in our system. Typically what happens, not always."
He got caught out on that one, eh? Damn, what an idiot. That's our vice president, ladies and gentlemen. Aren't you proud of him? You should be proud of that, man. That's our vice president.
But typically in the immigration system, those are handled by administrative law judges. So we're talking about getting warrants from those administrative law judges.
And he's just wrong. Immigration judges do not even issue administrative warrants. The warrant is generated and signed by ICE officers. If you fill out an I-205 form, that form is signed by the ICE officer, which is why ICE's training materials say they don't justify a home search. An immigration judge will sign a final order of removal, but that's not the same thing. And Vance is also wrong about administrative law judges, or ALJs, in that immigration judges are not even classified as administrative law judges. As Professor Murray says here, understanding administrative due process is a difficult process because it's not the same as civil or criminal due process. It might be okay to have ICE serve a warrant, but what is not okay, breaking into your home or your car based on this somewhat lesser warrant. And that's why a lot of the earlier ICE actions were at courthouses. They were apprehending people in public where it is legal. And just to show you, here's what a judicial warrant looks like, signed by a judge. That's from the National Immigration Law Center. And here's what an administrative warrant looks like. Note the signature block. And to add insult to injury, the man that they mistook Tao for, Lue Muao, well, they should have known where he was because he was already in prison. But Judge Wright addressed that in Kidd versus Mayorkas. And as he pointed out, Fourth Amendment cases emphasize the need for a neutral and detached magistrate. Quote, case law supports the need for independent judgment in issuing warrants. And he cites Shadwick versus City of Tampa, where the Supreme Court said, quote, the warrant traditionally has represented an independent assurance that a search and arrest will not proceed without probable cause.
Yes,
thus, an issuing
Republicans have
magistrate must
derangement.
be neutral and
Amen.
detached. To which the judge cited Coolidge versus New Hampshire, where the Supreme Court observed that, quote, the whole point of the basic rule is that prosecutors and policemen
brother.
simply cannot be asked to maintain the requisite neutrality with regard to their own investigations.
definitely
And
have
that's also
some
consistent with ICE training materials, which affirm that, quote,
Democrats.
administrative warrants do not authorize entry into a dwelling without
Yeah,
consent.
we are-
At least
I
that's
am
what they're
pretty
not.
disgusted by the actions of ICE. It's very embarrassing. And we have the Dusty Cowboy getting very jealous that I have a stream and he doesn't, you know, and I don't think that's good to do personally. You know, it's very easy to start up OBS. But you know, stay mad.
Non-secret training materials say. But this new secret memo directly contradicts DHS's 2025 legal training manual.
That's what they're talking about, Aaron. They're currently talking about how the ICE warrants aren't actual
issued
real
by its Office of
warrants,
Chief
but
Counsel,
they're,
which says, quote, the physical entry of the home is the chief evil against which the
warrants, which are
wording
a
of the
lot
Fourth
different
Amendment
than
is
judicial
directed.
warrants.
Entering a home to arrest a person without a judicial warrant or an exception to the warrant requirement is typically a violation of the Fourth Amendment, regardless of whether the officer has probable cause to arrest the suspect. An officer who enters a person's home to make an arrest must have 1, a warrant, 2, consent, or 3, an exigent circumstance. And the memo also contradicts DHS's training materials on executing removal orders. Quote, an administrative arrest warrant does not alone authorize a Fourth Amendment search of any kind. The Secret Lines memo also conflicts with ICE's Fugitive Operations Handbook, which says, quote, neither a warrant for arrest of alien I-200 nor a warrant of removal I-205 authorizes officers to enter the target's residence or anywhere else where the target has a reasonable expectation of privacy. A government intrusion into an area where a person has a reasonable expectation of privacy for the purposes of gathering information will
By the
trigger
way, if you
Fourth
guys
Amendment
are enjoying
protections,
the
including a
stream,
physical
please don't
intrusion
forget
into
to
a
like
constitutionally
and
protected area.
subscribe. It really
Therefore,
helps
without
out
a
the
criminal
channel,
warrant,
gets me
officers must
boosted
obtain
out
voluntary
there.
consent before entering a residence or area where there is
I
a
do a
reasonable
show
expectation
every
of
day,
privacy.
so-
Now, the memo is addressed to all ICE officers, but has not
You
been
don't wanna
distributed
miss
to
out on
all of
that
them.
content,
According to the
do ya?
whistleblowers, it's being shown to, quote, select DHS officials who are then directed to verbally brief the new policy for action. Those supervisors then show the memo to some employees, like our clients, and direct them to read the memo and return it to the supervisor. Yes, you're reading that right. The memo is deemed too hot to even show to rank and file ICE agents. And the agency fired employees who objected to the unconstitutional policy. It says, quote, a seasoned government instructor chose to resign rather than be forced to teach what they understood to be unlawful. This is evidence that the people who drafted the Lines
think
memo
about that.
have knowledge
and I
that it
also think it's important that we remember all the mass resignations that happened during Trump's prosecution of Comey, during Trump's just non-investigation into the death of Renee Good. I think it's remembered that people that believe in law and order do not believe that Donald Trump is doing the right thing. And it makes sense, in my opinion. This guy is a career criminal. Why would they ever trust this dude?
is illegal. It also shows that some of the employees have been retaliated against for opposing the illegal policy. And the complaint reiterates that ICE leadership knows that the Form I-205 is not a real warrant. Quote, Form I-205 has not been considered a warrant issued by a neutral and detached magistrate. Only a warrant issued by a neutral and detached magistrate would authorize ICE agents to enter or search non-public areas such as an alien's residence. So to recap, ICE leadership knows administrative warrants aren't real warrants, their own training says you can't enter homes this way, and Congress's own legal experts agree. Oh, and ICE wants to hide this memo from the public and also the people
I
who
think
are supposed to be.
that's damning that they're trying so hard to hide it. Like, if you were guilty, you wouldn't be trying to hide this stuff, you know? You'd be like, this is what's happening, this is our procedure, this is how we arrest somebody. But no, they're real quiet. Almost makes you kind of wonder, right? Almost like, oh, what's going on there? Anyways, I'm kind of feeling some bone mold. I don't know. I'm feeling a little bone mold. How do you guys feel about bone mold? Trading in my steel for bone mold? I'm thinking about it. I'm not quite there yet, but I could definitely be convinced. Some bone mold boots, a little bit of bone mold greaves. I don't know, man.
Implementing this new policy. Which brings up an important question. Is the Lyons memo evidence of a criminal conspiracy? I don't know, man, but that definitely seems like a conspiracy against rights under the civil rights laws. Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of—
That would be great. Go check out his law firm, guys. If you are in legal trouble, go to the Legal Eagle. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, we have something to meme on and more proof that Republicans are not funny. We have whatever this is by the Babylon Bee. If you guys don't know the Babylon Bee, it's a rag for Republicans where they tried their hardest to be like the Onion, but unfortunately nothing they do is funny. So, and you're gonna see this. So, watch this. This I believe they would call it a meme, a funny video.
Visit
a
Minnesota,
sketch.
a land of beauty, where more than 10,000 sparkling lakes reflect endless blue skies. Just as memorable as the scenery are the people who call Minnesota home. Minnesotans embody a spirit of kindness and community that visitors feel instantly. If it's cultural diversity you're looking for,
Bro,
we
it's
have
literally,
that too.
dude, it's literally showing the ICE officer pushing that guy. What the fuck? Ladies and gentlemen, the Babylon Bee continues to not understand humor. It's like, yeah, those people seem fine. And then the ICE officer fucking double-decker from down below.
From angry Somalis to angry lesbians, Minnesota has it all. But Minnesota is so much more.
Oh
Enjoy.
no, Babylon Bee has convinced some of my media illiterate members that it's actual news. Breaking news, Trump just had a stroke. I highly doubt that. Let's find out though. Trump stroke. I doubt this is real. Yeah, there's nothing here. What are you talking about? Stop lying. Stop being a liar. Anyways, didn't mean to give that away. Ooh. Well, that's what we'll be watching later.
Winter sports, we have hockey and skiing and bashing law enforcement SUVs with a
Yup.
metal pipe.
See,
Fun. But can you go out
guys,
in the-
isn't that funny? Because it's not a fun time to smash vehicles with stuff. But they're portraying it as a fun time. Isn't that funny?
Evening for entertainment? Check out Minnesota's vibrant music scene. Or maybe an exciting fireworks show is more your speed. And of course, if you just want to spend hours practicing saying someone's name, you've come to the right place. What about the food? Shall we talk about the food? Okay, let's not talk about the food. But if it's cultural enrichment you're after, you can visit one of our world-class leering centers to leer even more about the fine state of Minnesota.
Oh, God. This is a good one. He said the Leering Center, you know, like in that Nick Shirley video. Oh, jeez, Maribel, this one's a good one, Miss Babylon Bee. I'm gonna trust whatever what comes out of it now. Wow. They're really in touch right there at the Babylon Bee.
So, if you've always wanted to visit Somalia, but are concerned it's too far away, come to Minnesota. Minnesota, because Somalia is too far away.
Now, guys, if you are absolutely dying of laughter right now, you're not human. You're not American if you didn't find that gut buster just really rattled your funny bone. Wow, that's Republican comedy for you. I just signed up for ICE. Well, God, how do you must be a real piece of shit. I'm sorry. How do you sign up for ICE when all this negative press is going on? You just want to kill immigrants, dude. It kind of seems like you just want to kill immigrants. I'm sorry, bro. Like, is that a hot take? Is that a hot take right there? I just signed up for ICE. It's got a good sign-up bonus. All right, buddy. And you were just following orders, right? Anyways. Have fun with your boys club in ICE. I bet it's going to be a lot of fun. You know what's interesting? You don't see a lot of women in ICE. That's kind of weird, isn't it? You barely, I don't think I've seen one ICE officer that's a woman. Isn't that kind of strange? Kind of weird. I don't know what it means, but it's kind of weird nonetheless.
Pro-life victories he's delivered in his first 5 years in office so far.
Oh my God, this is at the National Life Rally. Brother, I just want to defend my country. Then join the army. I try my best to live right and love others. It's not about hate. Well, then join the army if you want to defend the country. Don't join a ICE, dude. Defend the country. Defend the country by dragging some poor mother out of her house while she's kicking and screaming and her parents are her children are behind her. You're really defending the country. Join the army, dude. I'm sorry, I have no respect for you if you decide to join ICE during this time. Defend my country. No, bro, it seems like you just want to kill immigrants. There were 2 women there the day I was signing up. I'm sure, buddy. I'm sure. No, dude, you just wanted to kill immigrants. I'm sorry to say. You just wanted to wrangle up immigrants and throw them in a camp. That's what ICE is known for right now. If you joined ICE in like 2024, I'd have some respect for you. But now, you ain't defending shit, bro. Army for 4 years? Well, did you get kicked out? Did you not want to keep going? Thank you for your service, by the way. We really appreciate it out here. That's when you were actually doing good work instead of playing Gestapo. Biotech says, ugh! This Biotech has to be one of my biggest fans. I tell you right now.
We are looking forward to many more in the next few years.
Hey, I know I lost some watchers with that one, but
Folks here with us today from
I don't
the
give a
President's
fuck.
team in the White House, and I'm asking them
You're
to
not
make
joining
sure
ICE
that the
right now
president-
if you care about the country. You're joining ICE just because you have some deep hatred for the people. Well, I hate that you feel that way, man, but you are completely free to have your, just like everyone else is. I wouldn't want to have it any other way. That's totally not true. You're joining an agency that specifically targets our diversity. You realize that, right? If it was about immigrants, ICE would be in Texas, where there are 2.5 million illegals, quote unquote, not Minnesota, where there was a little over 100K. Yeah, that's a great point too. Just can't believe your ignorance. Well, I can't believe that bio, you come here every day and you continue to get owned, and you like that environment. I don't know, but hey, do you, boo.
Trump once more.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me out in the algorithm. Honestly, I might skip this because, I mean, this woman looks like a demon. And I feel like I'm gonna get possessed. Your diversity? Typical lib dribble. Phil's a big fan of me too, by the way. Phil is actually a huge fan.
And now, he stood on this stage last year in his first public appearance after a pretty important day in his life, and he promised he'd return. Well, marchers...
Okay, I have a joke. But I might take some heat for it. But I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna show something, and you guys can't be too mean about. You can't be too mad at me for it. I'm just wondering, do you guys kind of get the same vibe? Do you guys kind of get the same vibe here? I mean, it's the same key of E. You know what I'm saying? It's the same key of E. It's the same key of E. Look at that. Wow.
Today he is keeping that promise. It is my great honor to welcome back to the March for Life stage your Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
I mean, I really can't believe they got a member of the Masters Army out here. I mean, that's impressive. That is impressive. I don't know how they got the Master out here. A member of the Masters Army. In the year of our Lord, 2026, they got him. They got her. Trump is turning America around after Biden ruined it. No, Biden did amazing. Did you see the stock market during Biden's run? Absolute bull year. Absolute bull year. Now, unfortunately, with Trump, he doesn't know how to manage an economy, and he's watching a bubble form right in front of his eyes with the AI, and he's doing nothing about it. Of course not. He's doing everything he can to inflate the bubble. I would not be surprised if, if we continue down this track, I could totally see a different, like a recession happening. I mean, it is that bad. These data centers, the loans they took out to get these centers, they're gonna eventually default on them because they're not gonna have the money. I read recently that OpenAI is in a absolute horrible state right now, and they may be falling. Biden did amazing. Hee, what a freak. Well, there we go. You hate Nazis, so you must love fascist Biden? I don't even know what you're talking about. Project. That's a joke, I hope. How do you contend with the fact that OpenAI is starting to fail? How do you contend with the fact that a lot of these AI companies are openly saying they may not be able to afford these data centers in the future, and they are betting on the market growing? How do you contend with the fact that most of these AI companies are saying they need more people to use their AI or else it won't be profitable? How do you contend with that. Satancrats, dude, that is just that you got to go back to the drawing boards with that one. I'm sorry. The recession has already started. Look at the trucking industry. Oh, I mean, I'm seeing cracks, you know. I'm seeing where this is gonna go. There's already signs, and Trump is doing nothing about it. And that's what's so embarrassing. And that's what's also so bad about Trump. You know, I don't think he's gonna cancel the midterms. I don't think he's gonna do any of that. He's gonna try his hardest, but I just don't think he's too incompetent to do it, right? But America has so much potential. We have such great people. We have such amazing minds. And when we're putting it towards these partisan politics instead of actual inventions that can save lives and advance our lives, and actual policy that is going to move the nation in a positive direction, he'll never do anything like that. And that's what's so frustrating. We're just going to continue to roll in the mud while Donald Trump is in charge. God, this guy is uncharismatic. Holy shit. Bro, what the fuck was that? What is that? Bro, what? What is that? Is that the Vance special?
Good morning, marchers. How we doing? It's great to be with you again. It was my very first speech as Vice President of the United States was the March for Life last year, and I'm
No, President Trump to you is cleaning up the swamp. No, he's creating more swamp. What are you talking about? What do you guys consider cleaning up the swamp? I think Donald Trump is actively making a deep state, which you guys were so afraid of. But I would love to see how you guys think he's quote-unquote draining the swamp. You know, the swamp is the reason your fucking water, you're allowed to drink your water. You know, in Europe, you can't do that, right? There are some faucets you just can't drink out of.
proud to be back with much better weather this time around.
Oh, do notice that I did use God's name in vain, and I'm wholly sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that one. Ethnic cleansing, that's the swamp cleaning they're talking about. Well, I do agree with you there. Yeah.
Now, some of you may remember that in my remarks
Unfortunately.
last year, I told you all one of the things I most wanted in the United
Ah,
States.
God, nobody cares about Vance. I'm sorry, guys. Like, he's just so unlikable. He's so fucking boring. We'll find something else to watch. Fuck that. Jesus, 15 minutes ago. Here we go. PBS NewsHour, Save Our Lives.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On the NewsHour tonight, a monster winter storm is expected to bring frigid temperatures, heavy snow.
All right, yeah, we know about this. We'll just catch some of the highlights. School suspended, responds. Ooh, school superintendent responds after ice. Oh yeah, this is a fucking insane story. Are you guys okay with ICE detaining a 5-year-old? Come the fuck on. What are we doing here? Let's listen to this.
As we've seen, the ICE operations in the Twin Cities are also affecting children who are caught up in the surge of personnel and detentions. Our Liz Landers joins us now with that part of the story. Liz?
Thanks, Jeff. The 5-year-old boy, Liam, that Fred mentioned in his report, was a student in the Columbia Heights School District. Superintendent Zena Stenvik joins me now. Zena, thank you so much for joining me.
Trump is only capable of fooling stupid people? Well, he did note that stupid people were some of his favorite people. So, I don't know what that means, but if anything, you know, I think that might be a damnation in itself.
Hour this evening. What is your understanding of what happened to Liam when he was detained earlier this week?
My understanding is that there were bystanders, community members, school officials, and another adult who actually lives in the home asking to keep Liam, that they would take Liam, that they would take care of him and get him safely to family members, and that that didn't happen. They weren't allowed to do that, and instead he was pretty quickly
I did
within
not
hours.
hear about ICE detaining 100 priests. That's crazy, though. I mean, it's not beyond them to do something like that, so. God, ICE is, it's harder and harder for me to justify their existence. You know? Like, at one point, if you joined before it got fucking like it is now, then I'll give you a little leeway. But if you're joining now, you just want to kill immigrants, and it's as simple as that. Mega baby.
Flown to Texas to a detention center.
The Homeland Security Department is giving a different version of what happened when he was detained.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the
spokeswoman
stream,
claims
please
that
remember
Liam
to like
was
and
abandoned
subscribe.
by his family, and his mother
Really
refused
helps
to
out the
take custody of him when agents knocked on the door. Here's Customs and Border Patrol official Greg Bovino when he was asked about this specific case earlier today.
Some of you had questions on the 5-year-old
Oh,
yesterday.
great. This fucking loser, dude. Oh my god. Greg Bovino is one of the most unserious people I have ever seen in my life. Hey, what's up, Winter? Hope you're doing well. But, oh my god, this guy. You can tell his wife is not satisfied at home.
5-year-old remains with his family.
He's short. He's very short.
We say that again, remains with his family. We know that. That false media narrative that was pushed out yesterday was, well, it was false. Remains with his family.
He's now being held at a federal processing facility in Dilley, Texas, which you mentioned. And I will add that NewsHour had a conversation about that facility earlier this week. There is contaminated food there. There's limited access to drinking water and inadequate.
A perfect place for a 5-year-old to stay, right, guys? You're disgusting, sir. Back open borders, huh? Did I say that? No, I didn't. But unfortunately, MAGA can only fight straw men that they make. They can't actually engage in good faith debate. Which is, I feel bad for them, but I get it. It's hard to actually do things that are difficult,
Medical care there, according to a lawsuit that's been filed. What is your response to what the administration is saying?
He's in a detention center. A 5-year-old is being held in a detention center. I have a real problem with that. I know that his preschool classroom is a beautiful, wonderful environment. I have been in his home where it was, he has a backyard where he can play and build snowmen with his older brother. And when I was in the home, there were plenty of toys around and, just a really nice environment for a child to live in. It was, a far cry from, I hate to think about what he's actually experiencing right now, what the conditions could possibly be given the lawsuit that's out there. As I mentioned, I was on scene. I was there shortly after Liam was taken. I've been in the home. I've talked to the mother. The people claiming that she abandoned her child is so far from the truth. We have to remember that she had
somebody was mentioning that in my is this about the disgusting person that left their child? Well, look, you have a first-hand witness saying that's not the case. So shout out to the person that was perpetuating that lie.
Another child on the way home from school. And we also have to remember that there were 8 armed and masked agents swarming all around the house and the driveway.
Well, you never know. That child could have been a domestic terrorist. A 5-year-old is being held in a detention center, compliments of ICE. Very true.
In the car. So a very intense situation. She was asked to not open the door by her husband, who was in the driveway in handcuffs. And, you know, it just all around a tense situation. We have,
Remind me again,
unfortunately,
what
at this
is
point
Article
now,
4,
for those of
Section
us
4
living
of
in the Twin Cities,
Constitution? I don't fucking know what Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution. Maybe go check my fucking 4th of July stream where we read the Constitution every week. Or every 4th of July. I don't fucking know. I don't have that fucking data uploaded. So give me a refresher. What does it mean, Aegis? Because it's very obvious you want to bring something up. Trump did not just have
it's
a
very
stroke.
common
I
knowledge
wish,
that
or no, I
ICE
don't wish.
agents
No,
are
no, I do not wish that Trump has a stroke. I hope he lives a beautiful life. But he is getting old. I'll give you that. He is getting old. Oh, okay. So that Article 4, Section 4 overrides everything else in the Constitution, apparently. Fucking retarded, aren't you? Says Aegis Odin Prism Omega. Not as retarded as that name, my friend. But I guess Section 4, according to Aegis Odin Prism Omega, Section 4, Article 4 of the Constitution overrides everything else in the Constitution. And basically lay down. Lay down and lick the boot. That's what he's saying.
bursting through doors. If you crack open the door a little bit, they're bursting through into apartments, apprehending
It
people.
is not the basis of the entire Constitution. Holy shit, the cope in chat is unreal. Now, since the Constitution doesn't say what they want it to say, they're now just picking and choosing what parts of the Constitution are what. The entire basis. What a crock of horse shit, actually. What an actual crock of horse shit coming out of Aegis right here. 3 more years, commie cunt. Well, thank you. Well, it's good to know that MAGA can count. I was very afraid that they had lost that ability. So thank you for affirming that they still have the ability to count. Now, the reasoning, well, it needs some major work, but at least they can count.
breaking down doors.
Basis of the entire fucking Constitution. What a crock of horse shit that was. Oh my god, I can't believe, dude, Aegis, I'm gonna be honest, you have just shown yourself to be one of the dumbest people I've met, so excuse me if I don't take your word on things. Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution is the entire basis of it. Why haven't you heard of Article 4, Section 4? Even though it's one of the most important sections of our Constitution? Well, fuck you. Like you care about the Constitution? I care about it 10 times more than any of you MAGA scumbags.
Leaving broken doors or no doors now.
Yeah, I think that's the... Aegis, you're proving my point. If it was such a vital part of the Constitution, I would know about it, dude. Jesus. We learned constitutional law in fucking civics class in 5th grade. Well, I'm sorry you regaled those days with much glory, but unfortunately, we're gonna have to have a little bit more. We're gonna have to have a little bit more proof than just you saying it. 8 viewers? Hey, that's more than yesterday. Let's go. Thank you for being my viewers. I really appreciate that, guys. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, much like Aegis, SMG, and Miller, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there. Oh my God, we're a constitutional Agus, you are literally not cooking, and I'm gonna prove to you why. All right, Agus. Yes, we are a constitutional republic. The only difference is we don't vote on our laws, we vote on the people who vote on our laws. Can you please, for the love of God, stop eating glue? It's bad for you, man. Begging for viewers? Nah, I'm good. Hard without a job. I do have a job, actually. I just got off of my job. Agus, my friend, you just tried to say we're not a democracy. I'm not gonna trust what you have to say. Cry more? No, I'm trying to.
So, you know,
we are
opening
not
the
a
door with ICE
democracy.
agents looming.
Oh, geez, here we go. The cope. The absolute cope. But it's good to know you guys are here tonight. I love it. Thank you guys so much. You know, all these messages give me engagement. You know that, right? So I'm actually overjoyed when you guys are messaging because it gives me like a boost in the algorithm. What, rolling on the floor, we aren't a democracy, for fuck's sake? Yeah, I know. No, we're not a democracy. We don't like democracies here in America. This rewriting of history is so embarrassing. You're a joke. Bye. All right, Deborah. I'm sorry that my facts are just hurting your feelings too much, but hey, we can help that. We can help that.
It's not as easy or as clean of a
By the way, if any of you guys disagree, not that I think you ever will, because MAGA is a very cowardly set of individuals, but if you guys disagree and wanna yell at me for it, please join the Discord and tell me how wrong I am. Unfortunately, oh, you and your buddies are watching me? Thank you so much, Miller. I really appreciate that. What is a woman? That's a great question. I have no real facts. Actually, hydrogen is part of water. So I think that's a fact. Liberals are more cowardly. Hey, I'm not the one who has to have a bunch of my buddies to talk smack on politics. I'm doing this all alone, my friend.
As one might
well, since you know facts, what is a woman? Gosh, it's like they're trying so desperately to go back to the culture wars when they actually had relevance. It's very, very sad.
Suggest.
There are some conflicting reports about...
Okay, Agus, if I don't know how to turn on my computer, then how am I doing this? How am I doing any of this?
Whether the family is here legally. Federal officials say that they are not, but a family attorney says that they are pursuing a legal asylum pathway. Does that matter for education purposes in your school district?
No, I mean, there's federal case law.
Miller, please stop projecting into my chat. Just because you're alone right now does not mean that you're a bad person. I believe in you. Okay, Okay, Gucci is Snowmobile. What a great name, by the way. Gucci's Snowmobile. You want to know what a woman is? A woman is anybody who chooses to identify with female characteristics. That's it.
Under the Minnesota Constitution,
Boom.
we educate children regardless of legal status. So when children enroll in our school district, we're actually not even allowed to ask their legal status.
Loser.
But I will tell you, as I mentioned, I was in the home and I saw the legal documentation with my own eyes.
There are a number
But yet
of
again, MAGA desperate to try to cling on to the culture war when they had relevance. And boom, you lost a lot of people. No, I'm doing fine on my analytics here. Thank you, though. Men could not be women. Look, Gucci, all you can talk about is some trans bullshit. Like, I'm sorry you're so obsessed with trans people's privates, but I'm not like you, so I don't share that fascination, and I don't get caught up on what a woman is constantly. I'm sorry that's your, like, existence. It's very sad. Get cancer. Damn. You just got that wrecked. Can you even answer? I did answer, Gucci. You're just bad at making new questions.
That have been detained by ICE in your school district. How are you
I do take
educating
Adderall,
children
that is true.
right now in your community?
I'm
How-
sorry I'm secure with myself enough to take a chemical that my doctor fucking prescribed me. I'm sorry you guys trust fucking voodoo magic and shit like that. You want to pray the gay away and shit. I don't believe in that though, so I'm gonna use some real science. I think it's sad, Jeffrey, that you continue to obsess about trans women's genitalia when there's real issues in the problem. Real issues in the world. Sound methed up. Hey, brother, all I'm gonna say is you need to take a trip down to some small towns and you'll actually see what methed up sounds like. But unfortunately, you know, Republicans are incredibly out of touch, so they wouldn't quite understand what it's like to live as a rural American. But that's okay. If that was your answer, he says real science, but also women. Did you know there's evidence to suggest that trans women's lymphatic system is different than men's? I bet you didn't know that. Adderall is not meth, actually. Adderall is a completely different substance. I'm sorry, again, I don't think you should try to do science when you don't understand it, but Adderall is different. There is a couple chemical compounds that are completely... Oh, you're a National Socialist? Oh, so you're a Nazi. Okay, great. Well, you shouldn't have any problem with meth then. Your boy Hitler was doing it all the time. You are fucked up. No, I'm good, bro. I'm fine. You guys are the ones spurging out in my chat, but I do appreciate it because the more engagement I get, the more views I get. So, mwah, thank you.
How are you responding to this? How are parents responding to this in Minnesota right now?
Trust science, but women can have a penis. Well, I'm sorry your mind is so small that it can't comprehend things that are not on a binary. But when you eventually wake up to the fact that things are not quite as they appear, then maybe at some point you will understand. Gucci, I'm sorry you're not very entertaining and you're losing on all your arguments, so you have to go after my views. But you can start your own channel. So there you go. Anyways, looks like I've defeated all the MAGA in my chat so far. And again, if you guys disagree with me, please come into the Discord, let me know in chat, and really show me up.
I'll tell you, there's really nothing normal about our daily lives at this point. This surge has been going on for a few weeks now, and it has really changed our standard operating procedures. We've staff have been working,
But,
around the
this is honestly very embarrassing of you guys to be insulting somebody for mental health medication. I mean, think about how embarrassing that is. Aren't you the guys? Oh, men have emotions, men have feelings, but women don't let them have their emotions and feelings. Weren't you guys bitching about that for years? And now, when a man comes on and talks about his emotions and talks about his feelings, you guys spurg out. And it's kind of what I expect, but it's a very interesting dichotomy you guys have there.
o'clock in overtime, walking children home. People have been donating different resources for us to get to the families.
No, it doesn't boost the confidence. I actually didn't have any Adderall for the past 2 weeks. And I was absolutely clapping you guys, so it's not medication. Apparently, Smug SMG has more intelligence than all scientists combined.
We do have an online option
pill
that
man.
families can select so that children are learning from home. But let me stress that that is not the best practice. That is not what we want. We want our children in school, in their classrooms, with their teachers and with their classmates, because we know that that's what's best for children. We all learned that during COVID. But there's so much fear.
Dude, I wish I had plenty of Adderall, dude. Holy fuck. Let me tell you, medication, like mental health help in America is so lacking. You're telling me Martin Luther King Day is the fucking reason I can't get my goddamn medication? I don't think Martin Luther King died so I couldn't get my medication, okay?
And I'm not just talking about so quote unquote illegal people.
Addict.
People who are here with
SMG, I can just tell that you probably have some issues and you're not confident enough in yourself to actually go to the doctor about it. So you will continue to have those negative traits that you're not going to address because, again, you don't believe in yourself at the end of the day. I'd be snorting it. Well, I'm
documentation
good on that. My
are
nose
fearful,
is very sensitive.
as I think there have been many reports that ICE agents have taken citizens of the United States.
Okay, can we, one moment, let's stop being partisan for 1 second. This is a non-partisan meme. Are there any quests in Balmora that I need to go, do right now? Do you guys know? Are there any, major quests I need to get in Balmora? Or is it more, or is it more of a, just a stop? I mean, I know it's definitely a place you get shit, but, I don't quite know if I need to, stay around here or if I can go to another place. Wow, we're really to the point in our politics where we're talking about how much we bench. That is a sign of a healthy political discourse. Agus, I have no idea what you're going on, man. You have fun with that, though. I hope it's letting you get all of your anger, all of that out. I think that's what you deserve.
There are
But wow, we can't even put our differences aside for 1 second so you can help my I mean, this is the fucking... What's the name of this guy? He's the emissary or something? I mean, come on. Nothing to do with politics. It's about feels. Well, I know that's how MAGA does their politics. I get it.
Many ICE agents right now in our community. They are driving around our schools, circling our schools. I've seen it with my own eyes. They are at our bus stops, following our buses, and they have been on my school property multiple times.
Zena Stenvik, thank you so much for joining the NewsHour.
Thank you. Let's get our kids back.
Oh, SMG, go hug those children of yours. I'm sure they're very real. They sound very real. Who says that? I'm gonna go hug my children now. What a weirdo. Just go hug them. You don't have to announce it to the world. That's like the fucking incel saying, I'm gonna go have sex with my wife, who is very real.
TikTok has closed a deal to keep the wildly popular video sharing app.
What a shock. The National Socialist says things like fill the camps. MAGA, does this not concern you just a little bit that people on your side are saying things like fill the camps? No, SMG, I think what's sad is lying about having children and lying about having a great life. I don't do that, but it seems like someone here might be doing that.
Used by more than 1 billion people worldwide, available in the U.S.
This man is saying go outside, exercise, while viciously typing in my chat. What a true keyboard warrior, ladies and gentlemen.
Agreement caps a 6-year legal and geopolitical fight after Congress passed a law requiring TikTok to divest from its Chinese parent company or face a nationwide ban.
Oh, there's another thing Trump has tacoed on yet again. The TikTok ban. Anyways, what else do we have? Brox and Capehart. 5 bullets. Yeah, I'm all right. Anyways, let's watch the rest of this Jack Smith committee hearing, and then we'll watch this idiot Nick Fritas try to fumble his way through geopolitics. I'm your only commenter? No, that's not true. I've got a lot more people.
And
they're just waiting in stasis until I give them the signal.
Despite this, he and his co-conspirators continue to make false statements about that result to advance their criminal plan. Can you describe the evidence that these were false claims and they knew they were false, including statements by election officials, court cases, and conversations between Trump and his Republican allies in the state?
Sure. What springs to mind most immediately is I recall one particular claim that there were more votes than ballots than had been sent out. This was a claim that was obviously false because many even in the campaign knew that the reason for that discrepancy is we were talking about 2 different elections. One was the primary, and one was the general election. My team interviewed Rudy Giuliani regarding that claim, and he admitted it was wrong. He admitted flat out that that was a mistake. And so that's one of several. With respect to witnesses in Pennsylvania, what springs to mind is the chair of the Republican Party, I believe, in Pennsylvania. This is relatively early, shortly after the election, had informed Donald Trump that the idea that fraud was the reason was not accurate. It was because of the counting of mail-in ballots, which was totally normal in this process. And again, this is someone who is a Republican who supported Donald Trump, wanted him to win. I submit he would have been a credible witness at trial.
And I mean, a second part of this, in addition to making false claims about election results that they knew were false, and your deposition and report go into this in some detail, there was also this fraudulent elector plan where Trump and his co-conspirators solicited folks who had been planning to be Trump electors if he won and asking them to submit fake certificates to Congress. And I think what you found was pretty remarkable, including a former congressman who told the co-conspirators that this was illegal and it was an attempt to overturn the government. Is that right?
That's correct. That particular elector, who was signed up to be a legitimate elector had Donald Trump in fact won the election, was a former U.S. attorney and former member of this Congress.
I mean, the bottom line is that despite the facts and over objections from his allies, Trump still went to the ellipse on January 6th and lied about Pennsylvania's votes to direct his angry mob to attack the Capitol. So I just want to thank you for your work and your years of service to the country, and I would invite everyone to read your deposition.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I do a show every day where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you, please remember to like and subscribe.
To read the report, because it tells a very different story than what our colleagues do.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into a record a speech by former Vice President Pence published on C-SPAN in June of 23, in which he calls the president's comments on January 6th reckless. President Trump was wrong then, he's wrong now. Anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president. And anyone who asks someone else to put them over the Constitution should never be president.
Without objection.
And
the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, you've said several times in your deposition that you believe that the facts and the law, your interpretation of the law, would lead to a conviction of President Trump. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you believe that same thing, that your interpretation of the law, your reading of the law, would have resulted in the conviction when you went after Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell back in 2014? Did you believe it at the time?
I did believe, and
ultimately you got a conviction in lower court, but that was overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
Yes, the Supreme Court changed the law on what constituted an official act.
Actually, that's incorrect.
That conviction was overturned.
That's incorrect. They applied the law, and they said in their ruling, our concern is not with tawdry tales of Ferraris, Rolexes, and ball gowns. It's instead with the broader legal implications of the government's boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statute. A more limited interpretation of the term official act leaves ample room for prosecuting corruption while comporting with the text of the statute and the precedent of this court. They accused you of using a boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statutes. Now, did you believe when you went after John Edwards that your interpretation of the facts and the law were correct and that you would convict John Edwards of corruption?
Yes.
But in fact, that case resulted in a jury deadlock on 5 charges and acquittal on another charge. Is that correct?
That is my recollection. That's correct.
Let's move on to the court's interpretation of your gag order requests. Mr. Smith, America was founded on the principle that the government doesn't silence political speech, in particular speech before it happens. You sought a prior restraint against President Trump without a single violation of pretrial release. In fact, there was no real-world harm that you could articulate justified giving the federal government the power to silence him as a presidential candidate, was there?
The court granted those motions and found that the prosecutor did not have to wait until someone was harmed to make such a motion.
By the way, thank you guys so much for all the likes. You guys are absolutely killing it today.
The request was rejected when the case was actually, when you actually were not able to, it was restricted, correct? The gag order was restricted, correct?
Well, we filed for an order in the district court. The district court granted an order. President Trump appealed that order. The Court of Appeals absolutely agreed that there was a basis and that the threats to witnesses that came from the targeting by Donald Trump were real and that we had a duty to protect them. You are correct in that the Court of Appeals narrowed the order, so the order covered witnesses, court staff, the judge, and my staff. The difference was that it didn't cover me anymore, which I was fine with.
Did you have any evidence that President Trump's statements about the cases against him intimidated witnesses or prevented them from coming forward?
I had evidence that he said, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. He suggested a witness should be put to death. The courts found that those sort of statements not only deter witnesses who've come forward, they deter witnesses who've yet to come forward.
But you weren't able to identify a single witness who didn't come forward because they were intimidated by President Trump.
We had extremely thorough evidence that his statements were having an effect on the proceedings that is not permitted in any court of law in the United States.
Don't you think it's a pretty low bar to clear if you're trying to silence a candidate for president? I I mean, if you can't identify a single witness who's intimidated,
Oh God, here's
that
the
maybe you should
fucking-
reconsider the gag order.
Well, maybe you shouldn't. No shit, they don't want the witnesses to get harassed, so no shit. Oh my God, this is so stupid.
Both courts upheld the orders, and it is not incumbent on a prosecutor to wait until someone gets killed before they move for an order to protect the proceedings.
Did anyone on your team raise concerns that this expansive gag order you were seeking would infringe on President Trump's First Amendment rights?
My recollection is that we, of course, discussed First Amendment issues regarding this application because I and my staff respect the First Amendment, but the First Amendment does not allow one.
You know, we got a lot of keyboard warriors in the chat today, and I'm really wondering if any of them have the gonads to actually challenge me in Discord, you know, challenge to actually talk to me. I don't think they do. I don't think they have the capacity for that. They are not very intelligent individuals, unfortunately. So while I open, you know, it's an open invitation, I don't really expect many people to take it. Because to be honest, if you're defending Trump right now, I mean, you gotta be kind of deluded a little bit, you know? How do you defend this idiot? I mean, he is just an absolute embarrassment. Trump rules! Okay, Bubs.
Make statements that interfere with the administration of justice and a judicial
By the way,
proceeding.
good to see you, SBC.
My interpretation was supported and agreed upon by the district court and the Court of Appeals in terms of the phenomena of the statements being made, targeting individuals, causing threats to happen to them. I would also add, sir, that in the days after Donald Trump made some of these statements, the district court, in this case, received vile threats.
No, I
threats to
think
the
what's
district court's life.
embarrassing, Shane, is you spurging out in my chat like that. That's embarrassing.
In that environment,
What I'm
I
doing
felt
is
a
patriotic.
duty as a prosecutor to make that motion, and I make no apologies.
And the court stayed that motion on August 3rd, 2024. I yield back.
Spudnik, please stop projecting into chat. I know you have a lot of good rehabs, but they didn't work with you, so why would I go to them? I'm not even addicted to anything. I'm sorry that I don't want to go to your shitty 12-step program, man. I'm sorry. It helps you, but I don't need the help.
I should have mentioned this a little bit earlier, Mr. Smith. If ever you need a break, if you need a restroom break, you or your counsel can just let us know. I think it's now the gentleman from Colorado gets 5 minutes. Mr. Smith.
Can they? Yeah. Can we take a short break?
5, 10
No
minute
amount of
recess, then
evidence.
we'll be right
You
back at it.
guys haven't brought any evidence. Hey, Spudnik, whatever you have to use to justify not listening to me, whatever you have to use. Some people say it's TDS. Some people will say the people saying it to them are crazy. You're choosing to say I'm an addict, but whatever you decide. My channel is crashing? I didn't even know it was up to begin with. How can you crash when you're not even flying? I mean, yeah, I got a good amount of supporters, but I'm nowhere near the levels of someone like Hassan or someone like Destiny, so you know what I'm saying? I'm still just a baby out here in these woods. Still just a bab. LOL, okay, that, how do you even fuck that word up? Used to. And instead he spells used to, I guess, USTA. That's why if I ever become president, the first thing I'm doing is signing into law, mandatory reading. it's not hard to tell. If you know, you know. My friend, the only drugs I am on are the ones prescribed by my doctor. Now that's about to change. I'm about to load up some marijuana when I'm done with this. But I'm sorry that you have a bad experience with methamphetamine and that has obviously left you damaged. I've never done meth. All I've done is Adderall. So I haven't sunk to your absolute depravity, but and I hope never to, you know? Anyways, feel bad for that Sputnik guy. He's obviously seen some stuff. If he's projecting his addictions onto other people. Oh, and now he's gonna try to be like, no, I never had it. I never had it. I was never addicted. I'm just telling you about the addiction process that I am very intimately knowledgeable about. But no, I never knew about it. I'm not addicted to meth. Looks like the 12-step program did not work for Sputnik. All right. Anyways, we're gonna get back.
Which the court recognizes that Donald Trump's statements about the judge and his case have led to threats against the judge, where callers labeled the judge and clerk, quote, Nazis, dirty Jews, and child molesters, and represent, quote, Mr. Trump's documented pattern of speech and its demonstrated real-time, real-world consequences pose a significant and imminent threat to the functioning of the criminal trial process in this case.
Without objection. A lot. And the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service to our country.
Oh, maybe I work in the
from
field.
Virginia.
I'm sure you do. Sputnik, my friend, you are just a junkie, and that's okay. But when you come into other people's chats and you pretend that you are some knowledgeable saint, you know, some knowledgeable monk, it kind of falls flat when you start criticizing people for using stimulants responsibly. Imagine if I was you. I mean, what am I supposed to pick up from that? That you're a drug dealer? Why the fuck would I listen to a drug dealer about politics? You fucking loser.
There's a Republican colleague who was questioning you right before the break. Do you know what he said in the days after January 6th? Let me share this with you. This is a quote of his from a press release on January 8th. Congress stands united in our rejection of the violence that occurred this week, and I'll continue to urge the swift prosecution of those involved to the fullest extent of the law. Mr. Smith, this is theater. Republicans are trying to rewrite history. That's what this is. Many of them were with us in the House chamber on January 6th. I remember it well. The chairman was there, as was I. There's been a lot of discussion about witnesses today.
Holy shit. Bro, there's not enemies of the state? Bro, what is this 1984 bullshit you're talking about? There are no enemies of the state, you fucking loser. Just because we have different political views doesn't mean we're your enemies. That's so embarrassing. You're saying that about a fellow American, dude. Fuck off with that. God, these people are so they hate America. They just I'm convinced that they hate America at the end of the day.
Perhaps the chairman could muster the courage to call the 4 witnesses who I see. The American public may not see. I see, standing behind you, Mr. Smith, the 4 police officers who risked everything.
No, I'd say the criminal is the one that's pardoning all the criminals. And that would be DJT. I mean, imagine pardoning a violent mob that took over your capital. I could never.
Life and limb.
If you support illegals, you're a criminal. Okay, Bubs. And if you jaywalk, you're a criminal.
To do what? To protect the Republican members on the dais. It's an outrage that they now sit here and have
January
the audacity to try to
6th
rewrite
was
history
awesome.
in front of the very officers.
Oh, what was your favorite part? What was your favorite part when Capitol officers got brutally beaten and killed? Or was it the part when dumbass Ashley Babbitt broke her way into the fucking... Here, I'll show you what happened. Here's who Ashley Babbitt was on January 6th. Here. You guys ever played Call of Duty Zombies? Well, believe it or not, they actually had an Ashley Babbitt scene. This was before she was famous. Oh God! There she is. It's Ashley Babbitt, ladies and gentlemen. I don't blame those officers. I don't blame those officers at all. Ashley was unjustified. Well, this is what the officers had to see. I mean, rest in peace to Ashley Babbitt, but when you're climbing through the wreckage of broken glass, looking like an absolute zombie, then that's what you're gonna get. Here, but I'll show you guys some of our so yeah, look at this. This is what our officers had to deal with. And you guys are the ones out here saying that Ashley Babbitt was unjustified. Just look at this real evidence of what our Capitol 6th officers had to go through. Our January 6th officers had to go through. Oh my God, look at them. Look at that wave of MAGA. No, I think Charlie Kirk's assassination is absolutely disgusting. And Tyler Robinson should be absolutely ashamed of what he did. But Renee was innocent? I never said she was innocent. I just don't think she should have been shot in the fucking head for her crimes. But I guess that's the difference between you and me, MAGA. God, look at all these this wave of MAGA. Anyways, yeah, I don't blame those officers at fucking all.
Who sacrificed everything to protect them. Mr. Smith, you're of course aware that President Trump was impeached for his conduct connected to January 6th, right?
Got any trans kids? That is such a weird statement. Just a white boy out here. Just a white boy is a secret undercover Democrat. I can already tell.
Correct.
Do you know how many members of Congress voted to impeach him?
I don't recall.
232. Do you know how many Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him?
I don't recall.
10 Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him for his conduct related to January 6th, including at the time, the sitting Republican chairwoman of their conference. There was a trial in the United States Senate. Senators sat as jurors. I remember it well because I was one of the prosecutors who prosecuted that case. Do you know how many senators voted to convict President Trump of high...
I have respect for you. You seem to have principles. Well, I do. I try to. And, you know, I know it comes across like I don't like MAGA. I think MAGA are my fellow Americans, and I have no issue with you if you voted for MAGA, truly. Or if you voted for Donald Trump. You know, you're my fellow Americans at the end of the day, and I hate the idea that we have to fight like this, left and right, just to get our points across.
Crimes and misdemeanors during that trial, Mr. Smith?
I don't recall.
57 senators. Do you know how many Republicans voted to convict him?
I don't recall.
7 Republican United States senators.
Oh, well, bet. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. I appreciate all my subscribers. I really do. I just do this for a hobby, and While soon I'm thinking about adding monetization, I don't know how I feel about it.
Senators voted to convict President Trump of high crimes and misdemeanors. It was the most bipartisan vote for conviction of a president in the history of the republic. So they can engage in as much histrionics as they want to try to rewrite history. But facts are facts. They talk about weaponization. They accuse you of weaponization of the justice system. While
That's interesting, just a white boy. I'm not a commie either. My great-grandparents fled Russia when they were converting to communism, my friend. I am no fan of communist either. Any form of authoritarianism is just disgusting and completely against the American ideals of freedom, liberty, and justice for all. You know? I don't want to fight either. I want to solve issues, though rigorous debate and first principles conversation. Amen, man. Like, to be honest, one of the reasons I'm so against MAGA is just because the Republican Party is no longer functioning, you know? They all capitulate to Donald Trump, and that's not healthy for any party. I'd be pissed if we were all capitulating around Gavin Newsom, you know? That's not what a party is about. A political party is about a set of ideas and what they represent, not just one dude, you know?
Reserve Board chairman rings the alarm about political retaliation by this Department of Justice. Mr. Smith, I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if your counsel has made you aware that President Trump is live tweeting, I guess you call it truth socialing, as we speak. Are you aware of this, about this hearing?
No.
Let me read to you what he posted an hour and a half ago. Deranged Jack Smith is being decimated before Congress. It was over when they discussed his past failures and unfair prosecutions.
Ciao for now.
He destroyed many lives.
Hey, enjoy your meal, man. Have a good day. Good talking to you. Didn't sleep at all. It's the last time I used to wake up when I went to work. Well, I'm sorry you weren't able to sleep. I hope you still have a little bit of time left on your alarm. Hopefully you don't have to go too soon.
Guise of legitimacy. Jack Smith is a deranged animal.
Why do I sound like a vegan? I don't know. I love meat, so that's a little strange.
Shouldn't be allowed to practice law. If you're a Republican, his license would be taken away from him, and far worse. Hopefully the Attorney General is looking at what he's done. We have a word for this. It's called weaponization. It's called corruption. Mr. Smith, if you care to respond, I'll give you an opportunity, but I will simply say we are grateful for your service to this country. We appreciate your fidelity to the rule of law. And I would echo the comments that have been made by my Democratic colleagues
it's almost
to ignore
7. Damn.
the noise.
Well, I know you weren't able to get much sleep, but I hope the sleep you did get was valuable.
That you hear from so many of my colleagues who would debase themselves in this way. It is, in my view, subversive of the oaths that we took to defend the Constitution. I'm happy to give you an opportunity, Mr. Smith, if you'd like to respond.
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you for your
See,
service.
listen to that. This man is apolitical as hell. And yet the Republicans want to paint him as if he's some partisan hack. It's ridiculous. Positive energy will calm you. I agree, Spudnik. So why do you think it's okay to insult somebody? I don't have an addiction. I want to make that very apparent. I take these medications because my doctor has prescribed them to me. If I was not prescribed Adderall, I would not be taking it. But with that being said, why did you go on that entire tirade where you tried to claim I was addicted to Adderall and say I was an addict? Don't sit here and sit on your high horse like, oh yes, hatred will never change, it will eat you alive. Don't sit here and act like that, dude. That is such disingenuous bullshit when 5 minutes ago you were just trying to say I was a tweaker. No, keep that same energy, man. I want to be friendly, but we got to clear some shit up if you want to, you're going to need to apologize for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In
Or
2010,
else I'm gonna cry.
Mr. Smith, did you work for the President Obama's Department of Justice?
But it just shows that MAGA is so, like, they're so fake. They don't really care about any of this. They think politics is just like some fun game that they get on, and they don't actually care about it. They're just more caught up in the culture war stuff. And I think that's sad. Excuse me. I'm getting a little bit of indigestion.
Yes, in 2010, I was the chief of the public integrity section.
During that time, did you have any contact or connection with Lois Lerner with the Obama IRS?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Not the Obama IRS.
Was new to the public integrity section. I was the chief.
Uh-oh, this is going to sink his credibility right here, guys.
Issues I had not been at.
Did you attempt to work with Lois Lerner and the IRS to investigate nonprofits?
What I did was I asked for a meeting with the IRS about nonprofits.
So the simple answer is yes.
Well, I didn't ask to work with Ms. Lerner. They sent Ms. Lerner. That's the person who came to this meeting. I met her once.
And they went after Second Amendment groups, correct? If you remember correctly, that was
Uh-oh,
that's what was
watch
the
out.
offshoot of it, that Second Amendment groups that tried to gain nonprofit status, they were slow-rolled through the IRS. Do you recall that?
Separate from this, there was an investigation of that that I was a part of in public integrity.
Did you? You prosecuted Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell. This was asked earlier. You prosecuted him, correct?
Really helps
I
out
was
the channel. Gets me
part of the
boosted
prosecution,
out
yes.
there.
And that ended up with a that decision ended up being unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, including Justice Ginsburg joined in on that opinion, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. You also prosecuted John Edwards and Bob Menendez, and those both ended in mistrials. Is that right?
The John Edwards case did. The Menendez case, I had left the public integrity section by the time.
The Obama IRS, famous. You guys know, famous. Basically operated like the CIA did Al Capone. Famous, guys. Famously corrupt. The Obama IRS. We all know about it. It's something as liberals we just have to accept and move on, you know? It's just something that it's like a bad part of our past. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a little ashamed of Vietnam, but it's something we have to accept. Okay, who was the fucking dork I had to meet here?
That case was tried. I wasn't.
So, Mr. Chairman, what we heard from the other side here is that this gentleman is the gold standard for prosecution here in the United States. So think about it. We had a witch hunt done by the IRS going after Second Amendment groups, unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, prosecuted two prominent political figures, and they ended up as mistrials. That's the gold standard here in America? I would just say this, Mr. Chairman. If Mr. Smith...
See, look, they can't get them on the conclusions. They're just getting mad about procedural stuff that, at the end of the day, does not affect the conclusion that Jack Smith came to.
Smith ever works for the Department of Justice again, I would recommend a remedial course on the First Amendment to the Constitution. Before I yield the rest of my time, Mr. Smith, I just have one other question. Is there any historical precedent for an alternate slate of electors to be sent to Congress? Has that ever happened before?
That had happened, not anything similar to this situation, but you're correct. It was in Hawaii. I think it was Hawaii in, I want to say, the 1960 election.
So it has happened before that there was an alternate slate of electors that was sent to Congress, which does the electoral count, correct?
There was a prior time that an electoral slate was sent where there was litigation and recounts going on.
Actually, there's twice that it happened, Mr. Chairman. It happened in 1876 and 1960 that these alternate electors happened. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce the 1960 Hawaii case.
Objection.
With that, I yield
Sorry,
to the
I got
gentleman.
under your
I appreciate
skin.
the
We
gentleman
hate the
yield.
hatred from both sides. Okay. Sputnik. I don't know if that's quite a real apology, but I will accept it. I'll accept it, okay? And I think you'll find that I don't really hate people, man. I'm not really a hater. I love this country, and it's sad to see what's happening to it. But I think you will find I am not a hater. Like CIA to Al Capone, the CIA took forever to get Capone. Actually, not a bad comparison. Waltz for prison! All right, bud.
The gentleman from Colorado talked about noise from this side. It's not noise, it's facts. The fact is, you approved a $20,000 payment to a
Waltz is the
confidential
one that found the fraud. Why would he go to prison?
human source. And I think you said earlier, the reason this individual or entity or person was paid was to review photo and video evidence. Why'd they have to be confidential? Why didn't you just contract with them?
Trump Polisher 9000. I don't want to hear from him.
My
Use of
Let's
done
go,
by the
Miss
Federal Bureau of
McBath.
Investigations.
The time of the gentleman from Wisconsin has expired. I now yield to the gentlelady from Georgia for 5 minutes, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing today to speak publicly about the major issues that you handled as special counsel. Your work on election interference in my home state is especially important, as Georgia still today remains ground zero for voting rights. My state has a long history of voter suppression, including violent tactics and legislation that has actively disfranchised our voters. In fact, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against Georgia in 2023 challenging recently passed voter suppression legislation.
Oh, it's Trump hurting America?
That lawsuit was later
Well,
withdrawn.
there's a lot of ways. He's constantly using divisive language that really ignites tensions between the parties. But besides that, he's continuing to crash our economy with these disastrous tariffs. I mean, if you saw Trump threatening Greenland crashed the stock market for a little bit, and a lot of people were wondering, you know, is this going to be a little more permanent? Luckily, he decided to taco out of that, but he's hurting America in a lot of ways, and I think it's pretty self-evident. But if you disagree, you know, feel free to let me know in the chat, or, you know, come into my Discord and come and let me know, and we can have a good faith discussion. He's putting ugly Karen women in jail. That's good, isn't it? No.
By Donald Trump's Attorney General.
I'm sorry you guys like your women a little younger, and so anytime you see older women, you think she's a B word. But some of us are not, you know, predicated towards that. Some of us aren't disgusting weirdos. And, anyways. All of that to call you guys pedophiles. I really do give you guys a lot. Come on now. I really do try my hardest. Come on now.
Bondi. But this is not the first time that Donald Trump has encouraged voter suppression. In the 2020 presidential election.
There you go, Virgil. You got Brian saying you're funny. Hell yeah, man. See, we love to make friends in the chat. We really do.
Which many have accepted that he lost. He pressured his party members to overturn a legal election. Thankfully, several public servants
No, I mean, like Trump, Groper in chief. Hey, I'll take Sniffer in chief over Groper in chief any day of the week.
Our constitutional process and respected the voice of the people. Your investigation revealed how far he is willing to go. In your final report, you wrote that,
Trump's Groper in chief, man. He's got that title. Oh, geez. Here we go with the how old are you? How old are you? You clearly have no understanding of history. Crony capitalism is hurting our economy. Democrats are just as culpable as whatever you think Trump is responsible for. Yeah, Democrats are totally taking $400 million bribes in the form of jets. That's totally something that Democrats are responsible and culpable of. This is just cope coming from you guys. I mean, it's so sad.
The through line of all Mr. Trump's criminal efforts was deceit, knowingly false claims.
You know what? I'm going to be brave. If Donald was gay, I still would hate him. That's right. I'm going to be brave, guys. I'm going to be brave. Jesus Christ, Just a White Boy. Why are you having ideas about what your mom is doing with Trump? I mean, this is why I advocate so hard for mental health care in America. Because people like Just a White Boy are obviously very upset with either their own personal life or, you know, something. Which president is known for barging into young girls in changing rooms? $20 on Donald J. Trump.
Claims of fraud. Mr. Smith, what did your investigation reveal about President Trump's interactions with Georgia's officials regarding his frauds claims?
As I sit here now, I can recall two specific officials. The first was the Secretary of State.
But I will give it to Donald. He is very serious about fraud. He's so serious, as a matter of fact. He pardoned a woman who is accused of defrauding hundreds of people in his first term, and then in his second term she got caught again, and he pardoned her too. Very serious about fraud, Donald Trump is. He's so serious about fraud, as a matter of fact, that he defunded the IRS by millions of dollars. That's a man who is serious about fraud right there. He says, I want to get as much fraud as I can, ladies and gentlemen. If any party is looking out for you, you are high. Look into a book written on Tom O'Neill. O'Neill, my bad. I'm not going to read that. But thank you for the offer. I like the book Empire by Isaac Asimov. I really like that book. Democrats have... Dude, I have Donald Trump in my chat, guys. Holy shit. Oh my god. I have Donald Trump in my chat. Here, Donald, tell me if my impersonation of you is good, okay? I love women. I love young women especially. They are my favorite. What's something else that he says? That's kind of his tagline for me now. I love young women. The youngest I would go, probably 12. Oh God, we got Imagination of Innocence in the chat. Oh God, I don't even know if I want to read this. They raise taxes and create new ones. I have no idea what you're talking about. What crime syndicate? You mean the one Trump's building up? Yeah, I do think that is an issue.
Who is a fellow Republican. My understanding, he voted for and supported Donald Trump in the election, but told Donald Trump in a conversation that was recorded in no uncertain terms the results of the election and debunked many of the fraud claims that Donald Trump had to him in real time. In addition to that, I recall that Donald Trump also
No,
spoke.
taxation is not theft. Taxes are how you pay for drinkable water. Taxes are how you pay for the highways. Taxes are not theft. Taxes are an agreement that I am more than willing to make if I know my fellow man is being taken care of. That's a degree of responsibility that every citizen has to take. And I'm sorry that the idea of taxation is so hard for you to grip with. I'm sorry you can't make that agreement. You're not grown up enough to make that agreement. I'm sorry, taxes are amazing. Like, taxes are great. Like, I'm sorry. They're necessary, dude. Like, how do you guys expect anything to get done without taxes? Do you expect your local municipalities to make fucking trade deals with foreign countries? This country was not built with absolutely no income or payroll taxes. There are some form of taxation that was being done all throughout our existence as a country. At some point, there was taxation. Maybe not in the very beginning, but I don't believe that what our founders had is necessarily what the country needs to be. I believe it needs to honor their vision, but it needs to be something more. It needs to be a stronger democracy, not a weaker one like so many advocate for. But I'm okay with if I could pay 50% of my paycheck so my fellow man could have a house to sleep in, food to eat, a full belly at the end of the night, and a life free of physical ailment, so free health care, or a public option at least. I'm okay with that. I don't know why some people can't accept that social responsibility. I think it shows true, like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't think we pay enough in taxes. Sorry, I don't. I think we need to pay more, dude. We're a big country. We're the richest in the world, and yet we leave so much on the table, whether it's by not funding the IRS or whether it's by not funding certain agencies designed to monitor for fraud. We're leaving so much money on the table when it comes to just that. And anyways, I'm getting kind of distracted by something on my phone. I'm gonna let this play.
Firsthand with the Attorney General of your state, also a Republican, who informed Donald Trump that he had supported him and voted for him twice in the past. He also told Donald Trump he did not see.
But sorry, to speak on taxation just a little more. Just to reiterate, I am totally okay with paying more taxes if it means my fellow man can get the help that he needs. Like, why are you guys so against that? I really do wonder. I get it now, I get paid to shill for the communist? I hate communism, bro. What are you talking about? Did you hear me advocate for seizing the means of production? If you think communism is when the government does stuff, then yeah, I'm a giant communist. But if you can think a little deeper and you understand the ideology of liberalism, then you'll understand that I believe in a private market and a fairly independent market with decent regulations, as long as the market can provide a good social safety net. And right now the market is not providing a good social safety net, so the government has to come in. And some things, like the market just isn't going to do cheaply, like healthcare. So I find it very ironic that you think that communism is when the government does stuff. It's very funny. You're totally okay. Let me ask you this. Are you okay with Donald Trump taking 10% of Intel? Because that's more communist than anything any past president has done. Yes, the IRS would find the fraud if we actually funded it. Sorry, I can't get one guide. Anyways, I gotta let this keep going. I gotta play Morrowind.
Of former
I can't
President
get
Trump,
one guide out here.
rioter said about going to the Capitol. I marched to the U.S. Capitol because President Trump said to do so, another said. He personally asked for me to come that day, said another. Can you give us a few examples of Trump's...
Seizing the means of production is... Actually, seizing the means of production is a pretty fucking big part of communism, my friend. A planned economy, like, that's all communist bullshit. Communism is not providing social safety nets. We have liberal countries that do that and are not communist at all, so... Oh God, we got an enlightened centrist here.
rhetoric and language that inspire...
Oh, you've switched to socialist now. Now I'm a socialist. I'm not a communist anymore. I'm a socialist. Okay. No, my friend, I'm a liberal. I'm a liberal. Not advocating to rip a shit ton of money out of people's wallets. I said I was personally okay with paying 50% of my paycheck. I'm not advocating to do that for everybody. I said I'm okay with that. So I'm not advocating for that. You're wrong yet again. Please try your hardest. Next time I'm gonna dock you 5 points.
Hired people to go to the Capitol believing that they were going on...
No, Trump is forming the deep state. You realize that, right? All those meetings with those billionaires, he's created a new deep state. And you guys are going to be living in it soon when TikTok makes the switch. So ironic that they think we're living in the deep state.
President's direct
We're just fighting
order.
for democracy, my friend.
One instance I can recall is during the speech he gave to his supporters, and in context, his supporters, he told them to come to Washington, D.C. and be wild. He was on notice that they were angry. And
no, Gucci Snowball. The deep state has formed when Donald Trump invited tech billionaires abroad to essentially break bread, and they had their own little discussion that we'll never know about. But it seems to me, ever since then, the algorithms have been much more favoring of Trump, and it's very interesting, isn't it?
Told that crowd, we can't let this happen. And he told them that, my recollection is multiple times, at a time when there was nothing that could be done.
My friend, I've had blue-collar jobs before. Please stop trying to project a straw man onto me. It's very embarrassing. I'm assuming this is your first time on my channel. You know nothing about me. Anyways. I used to have fucking bad carpal tunnel from fucking working a pallet lift for years. So don't give me that "you'll know when you work a blue-collar job" bullshit. All right, my friend.
Nothing that could be done to stop the outcome of the election but to obstruct it. In addition to that, he told them
I am not. Oh my God. You think I'm a rich kid? Do you see what I'm playing right now? You think a rich kid would be able to afford? You think a rich kid would be playing Morrowind on a Lenovo laptop? Bro, you need to find someone else. I'm not the guy to be judging on that front. I am not rich by any means. That's so embarrassing. Galtism? I don't know what that is, but it's an interesting word. Gallitism. I like it. Does it mean something? Here, I'm going to look it up real quick. Please don't tell me it's a slur. Oh, I already spelled it wrong. I always want to do an E. All right, here we go. Gallicism. Let's look it up. It's a mode of were you going for a mode of speech peculiar to the French? Rhymes with communism. True. Oh God, no. There is a stark difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, my friend. The Democrats are mostly just people trying to do better and trying to make our lives better. The Republicans, on the other hand, seem to be completely okay with only listening to Donald Trump. And the shooting of Renee Good sealed the deal for me. You don't see any Republicans advocating for her death to be investigated. That's just embarrassing. A American citizen. Anyways, I do like where you were going, by the way, Brian. A loan word, or phrase borrowed from the French. Well, hey, we love the French out here. I mean, they supported our democracy when we were at our lowest, so I can't give them enough praise. Oh, I spelled it wrong? Shh, shh. Let's not tell anybody that. It doesn't want to spell it for me. Well, fuck it. We'll just say that's our new word for whatever a French republic is.
When there is fraud, you can go by different rules. And my recollection is there is a videotape of when he's making these sort of statements, and he's saying that they need to fight if they want to save their country.
Novels. Got you. Given the anti-tax comment. Okay. See, Brian, thank you. I appreciate that. And then SBC came in with the absolute alley-oop from hell. I mean, thank you. I actually appreciate that. Oh, my phone just died. And that's how I've been seeing the comments. Unfortunately, my computer isn't updating with the... I think it had something to do with running Morrowind at the same time. Kind of strange. I'm going to see if I can get it up and running in my docs here. One moment. For some reason, it's not clocking me in. It's not logging me into my chat. Oh, there it is. Nice. Let's go. All right. We're good to go, gang. Now I shouldn't even need to tab
There
into
are,
Chrome.
in fact, people in the crowd chanting, "Fight for Trump." that all happened during the lip speech before people headed towards the Capitol and the Capitol was attacked.
And did your investigation find any of the rioters trying to use Trump's words and calls to action as a defense in the criminal cases against them? I can read you something from your special counsel report.
I was just going to say, I think we cited a number of rioters who ultimately admitted that they had committed their crimes at the behest and in the name of Donald Trump.
Okay. And it happened several times, and many of those accounts are on page 86 and page 87 of the special counsel report. Even the lawyer for Jacob Chansley, also known as the QAnon shaman, highlighted that his words, how the words affected his client. He heard the words of the president, he believed them, he genuinely believed them, and he thought that the president was actually going to walk with them to the Capitol. For my final question, Mr. Smith, do you believe...
Unfortunately, Donald does not do much of his dirty work. He is far too... His fingers are far too precious for that, poor guy. Unlike us men who slave away all day, right, guys?
Believe that Donald Trump motivated and was responsible for the violence that occurred on that day, even if he didn't walk with them to the Capitol?
Yes, as we stated in our report, the results of our investigation following the facts and following the law was that he was the person most responsible for what happened at the Capitol, and that he caused what happened at the Capitol, and that it was foreseeable to him.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have two UCs.
Gentlemen, can state her unanimous consent request.
I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record a tweet from Representative Biggs on January 7th, 2021, in which he said, quote, "Yesterday, criminal rioters hijacked a joint session of Congress."
Objection. Without objection.
And the second one is a unanimous consent to enter into the record an interview from March 2024 on the Capitol Hill show, in which you called on those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th to be, quote, held accountable because,
by the
quote,
way, if you guys are
that's
enjoying the
way our
stream,
system
please
does
remember
work.
to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I do a show every day. Times very much vary though, so you gotta be subscribed, and you gotta check when I got the scheduled streams. I do schedule streams ahead of time though, so you shouldn't be too lost for too long. We're in the West Gash region in Morrowind. Isn't it beautiful? Morrowind is a sick-ass game, dude. I wouldn't mind a Morrowind remaster. But they'd have to update it, and there's so much, like... Could you really do the system, like the speech system, like you do it in normal Bethesda games? I don't think you could. Bethesda needs to innovate. Anyways, that's gamer talk. You guys don't come to me for gamer talk. Although someday I'm gonna have a political discussion about the Elder Scrolls politic. I think that would be fun. I think you guys would actually really like that. Hold on, do I have to log in? Okay, hold on. I gotta log into my account, I guess. Hold on. I know, this is kind of thrilling content. Dude, I don't want to add a profile picture. Why would I want that? Why am I in my settings? Oh, God. All right, here we go. Oh, I can create a poll. I don't know what I would do for the polls, though. So, anyways, guys, if you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way, remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. Gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I think I just said that, so let's continue on.
And should work.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Thank you
I
very
recognize
much.
the gentleman from Texas.
He's got an objection.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Smith, how many members of Congress or the Senate did you subpoena phone toll records?
Oh, he's mad.
As I sit here right now, I do not recall a specific number.
Is this the complete list right here? Well, let me ask you this. Am I on this list? Did you target my records and subpoena my phone toll records?
Bro, I would. You seem like you're you know, not to cast too much of a brush, but you seem gray. It might be your favorite color. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is don't check his home screen, and definitely pray you don't hear his ringtone. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? A good Southern boy. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I mean, were you saying things that could lead people to believe the election results were not true? Because that's like the only way you would have ever, you know, got caught up in that, man. If I was your constituent, I'd be asking some questions, you know? That's all I'm saying. Why the fuck is this Dwemeroon?
My understanding is your records were subpoenaed by prosecutors before I became special counsel.
Well, the staff would put this up on the screen. I'm thankful for the great staff who discovered the email where I learned for the first time a few weeks ago that my phone records were indeed targeted.
Oh, God.
We called AT&T and we've learned that they were given to the Department of Justice, as this email indicates, because I had been in communication with Scott Perry, one of my colleagues here in Congress.
It's like they're shocked about how a procedure works. It's like, yeah, dude. If you were talking about that shit, you're gonna get subpoenaed. They're like shocked. It all leads to them not being able to grow up and say that their dude fucking lost the election. I mean, does anybody really give a fuck about... It's just embarrassing, dude.
Literally had his phone taken from him in front of his family. And of course, as we've already talked about in this document, it talks about you could be in violation of the privilege by even obtaining and possessing this information if the member objected to the disclosure. This happened 4 years ago in May of 2022, and I couldn't object because I didn't know. I didn't know until about 3 weeks ago. My question here is, was there any limits to your investigation or the investigation that preceded you, Mr. Smith? Because as egregious as a violation of separation of powers this is, as an egregious and abuse of power it is, it's far more concerning you are clearly targeting American citizens for merely being conservative or supporting the president. We've got memos that we've already been talking about in this hearing from April 2022 that preceded you that establish and open the investigations, one of which has Attorney General Merrick Garland's signature on it. And the focus was the electors. Now, that was 6 months before you were appointed. You testified earlier, you met and interviewed Merrick Garland and Deputy AG Lisa Monaco, and you briefed the AG and Deputy multiple times. Did you brief them on the electors and the prosecution of their supposed crimes?
Did I? I'm sorry.
Did you brief them on the electors and their supposed crimes?
I don't recall specific conversations, but I'm sure that in the course of briefing them, I discussed...
Wasn't that the purpose of the entire investigation as it was set out? Because putting aside that in 1960, as we already talked about, my friend Mr. Tiffany, that Hawaii put forward an alternate slate of electors, the investigation pivoted to President Trump and, frankly, anybody who knew him. Do you know who Cleta Mitchell is?
Yes, I do.
She's an election lawyer that was involved in filing an election contest on behalf of President Trump in Georgia in December of 2020. A 64-page complaint with over 1,100 pages of exhibits, witness affidavits, and expert witness reports documenting thousands of votes cast in violation of Georgia law, but which were nevertheless included in the vote totals. Now, notwithstanding the disposition of the cases that was filed, is that a criminal act? Filing an election contest on behalf of a candidate for office, a client. Is that a criminal act, yes or no?
No, in fact, we
So
stated...
why did you deem it appropriate to monitor
Yes or no?
Cleta Mitchell's long-distance phone records in 2023, 2.5 years after the election context was filed and after the presidential electors were certified? What about Jen Ellis? What about Sidney Powell? What about Bill Sepien? What crime did you suspect had been committed by them that would warrant monitoring their phone records 2.5 years after the 2020 election was certified?
With respect to Sidney Powell, she is one of the co-conspirators alleged in the indictment. I don't know what you mean by monitoring, sir, if you're talking...
Well, there were some 400-plus Republican conservative groups and leaders who were targeted by your investigation. Their financial records were obtained, records of the RNC, the Trump campaign, Cleta Mitchell, the Conservative Partnership Institute, the America First Policy Institute, NRCC, NRSC, PACs, conservative groups, people all across the country, citizens. Because we hear a lot about members of Congress.
You know what I think? He printed this out during the stent, and he never got to use it. So now he's really, he's pointing at it. He's really excited about it now.
And we should, because of separation of powers and the egregious abuse of power. But what we're not talking about enough, in my opinion, are the American citizens that have been targeted. Because frankly, are there any limits to the power of a special prosecutor or special counsel? So much so in your abuse of power that in the summer of 2024,
Oh my God! Listen
the
to
indictment
this.
involving
His
classified documents
abuse of power. Jesus, dude.
was dismissed after determining your appointment violated the Appointments Clause of the Constitution, but you continued to sign your name on court filings until the time you resigned from office in January of 2025. A federal judge just recently stated a prosecutor who continues to sign his name in court filings after a disqualification order should face disciplinary action or disbarment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Did the gentleman have the opportunity to respond?
If the gentleman wants to respond, he can.
With respect to the last point, Judge Cannon's order specifically limited her finding to that proceeding. So there would be nothing improper about continuing to litigate the cases in Washington, D.C. And with respect to Florida, there was nothing improper about taking an appeal of that very decision.
The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, I want to discuss Volume 2 of your report, which summarizes the findings of your investigation into President Trump's hoarding of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and his efforts to obstruct the FBI's investigation. Mr. Smith, is it generally the practice for a special counsel's report to be made public to the American people?
Core, I don't remember what I owned you on yesterday, but I did remember that I absolutely destroyed you on a couple points. So I'm glad you're still here, though. That makes me really happy, man. Thanks for enjoying my channel so much.
I want to say first, I'm limited what I can say about Volume 2 because of Judge Cannon's order. I can say generally that with respect to special counsels, there are regulations that direct a special counsel to draft a report. Whether that report becomes public is determined, the Attorney General has the authority to determine that.
To the best of your knowledge, was Special Counsel Mueller's report made public in full?
I know it was made public. I'm not sure if it was made public in full.
What about Special Counsel Hur's report?
My recollection is his report was
I would not
made,
recommend wearing that
made
shirt
public in full.
around
I believe
town.
that's correct.
I'm gonna be honest. But with that being said, through and through, it sends me all the loser feeds before I find the good ones. Well, hey, luckily you found the good one. You know what I mean? I'm glad to hear you found the good one, you know? Sometimes the scrolls take a minute, but luckily it served you the good one pretty early. Pretty early. The more you complain about Jack Smith, the more I'm gonna play him. This man is a absolute patriot. And you're gonna love him, okay? You must say, I love Jack Smith, or else we're never gonna move on. Anyways, I kind of want to replace the robes with an Imperial, with some chainmail. I also need to get rid of these steel greaves. Get better content. I don't know about you, but I think I'm offering a pretty diverse experience that is very different from a lot of other creators, you know? I don't know about you, but I think I offer a very interactive stream that has amazing community members. So, I mean, truly. Not to jack me off. But, anyways. How much are these, okay, I think we're gonna... that's light, though. I'm not a fan of that light armor, dog. I'm more of a, heavy armor type of guy. Alright, I'll get rid of the steel gauntlets, but... I don't know what just fucking dropped, but it kind of spooked me. Peace, bro. Have a good night. Jackass. Well, you called me bro, so I think we're getting somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere, guys. Anyways, it's a party night, you know what I mean? It's pretty chill. Anyways, I'm gonna let this play. I am a little tired today. I don't know why, though.
And Special Counsel Weiss's report?
I do not know.
Okay. Now, I understand that the district judge, Aileen Cannon, the Trump appointee who oversaw the case in Florida, issued a gag order that prevents you from discussing any parts of the classified documents investigation that is not already public. I understand that, including your findings that you laid out in Volume 2 of that report. Am I correct that the reason your report is not available in full to the public is because of this gag order?
I wrote a report. The Attorney General, it was submitted to him. I understand generally that there's been litigation about whether this report would be public or not. I have not been a party to that litigation. I just know that there is an order, and I know the Department of Justice, the current Department of Justice, has interpreted that order in a way that I cannot speak about anything that could possibly be in that report and its findings.
And when Judge Cannon issued that gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
When Judge Cannon issued the gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
That's my recollection.
Are those cases still pending?
No, they're not.
No, they're not. So there is no reason, from where I sit, for this important information to be not made public. At this point, I want to turn now to President Trump's attacks on you. Trump has a playbook for how he handles people who try to hold him accountable. In August 2023, right after your office indicted him President Trump shared that playbook on social media for everyone to see. He wrote, "If you go after me, I'm coming for you." Trump has said that you, Mr. Smith, should be investigated and put in prison. He called you a disgrace to humanity, a radical left Marxist, a criminal. In fact, Trump has
that
used
is
the
so
word
crazy. Like, this is not the person you need to be calling that, dude. That's just insane. I can't, it really does baffle me. Like, this is not that dude you're thinking of if you're describing him like that. I kind of want some pauldrons. Okay, I can have it over. Okay, good. I thought I could. Yeah, we gotta get some pauldrons.
deranged Jack Smith 185 times on Truth Social. How do you think that these statements have impacted you, your staff, and your investigation?
With respect to me, I think the statements are meant to intimidate me. I will not be intimidated. I think these statements are also
True
made
American right
as a
there.
warning to others what will happen if they stand up. And I am, as I say, I'm not going to be intimidated. We did our work pursuant to department policy. We followed the facts and we followed the law, and that process resulted in proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed serious crimes. I'm not going to pretend that didn't happen because he's threatening me.
And Mr. Smith, do you believe that President Trump's Department of Justice will find some way to indict you?
I believe that they will do everything in their power to do that because they've been ordered to by the president.
That's very concerning, obviously. It's very concerning to all of us, at least on this side of the aisle. This is Trump's playbook at work. Complain loudly, gin up hatred and resentment, then express our hope that somebody will do something, but never explicitly order anyone to act, and then watch as his followers and loyalists go after their targets. This is what happened on January 6th. Trump stood at the Ellipse and gave a campaign speech to his supporters, and he said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And I think it's clear that his intimidation will stop at nothing. I want to speak on behalf, in closing, I want to speak on behalf
No
of
closing.
people.
Chairman, regular order.
No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
regular
sorry
order.
you have
No
gone
closing.
over numerous times.
No
I'm
closing.
taking
Gentlelady
my
from Vermont,
few
I'll let you
moments.
go a couple more
Thank
seconds.
you, Mr. Chair.
Like I have all day.
Thank you. On behalf
No
of the
closing.
people of the state of Vermont, thank you for all of your 30 years of service to this country, and to the police officers sitting here. I'm ashamed that you have not gotten your due.
Time of the gentlelady has
I
expired.
yield
The
back.
gentleman from New Jersey is
I've got a UC request.
Gentleman, ranking member is recognized for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. The first is a New York Times article titled Hunting Leaks, Trump DOJ Officials Seized Records of Democrats, explaining how the Trump administration
go.
subpoenaed
It's our
Apple for data from
boy,
the accounts of at least a dozen people tied to the House Intelligence Committee in 2017-18, including Representative Swalwell and Senator Adam Schiff.
Without objection.
And the other, similarly, is Trump's DOJ secretly obtained phone and text message logs of 43 congressional staffers and 2 members of Congress. That's December 10, 2024.
Without objection. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I don't even know where to go because there's so much, Mr. Smith. There really is. But it isn't, what I do know is it's much more than how much people like or hate you, or like or hate Donald Trump, or like or hate Republicans, or like or hate Democrats. This is about the system. It's about what the Department of Justice did. It's about what you did. The core of the hearing is all about, can Americans still trust the justice system? Is it
Can
fair?
they?
Was it fair under you? And all they expect, they don't expect you to be perfect, but they expect you to treat everyone the same. Republicans.
And you did not. You treated Donald Trump really meanly, okay? You were mean. Bad. No, you were mean. Like, Jesus, dude. What a bunch of crybabies. I can't believe you. You were so mean.
And Democrats, liberals and conservatives, but that wasn't the case. When you treat people differently because of their political status, their political party, their ideals, that's hypocrisy. And I'm sorry to say, and I don't say it lightly, I do consider you to be a hypocrite.
Whoa.
With that being said,
whoa, dude. No way. Did he just say that? Holy shit. No way. He went gloves off with that one, guys. Whoa, now. You believe him to be a what, sir? Whew. No good politician that I know would say anything like that. Wow. Just wowee. That takes some. You got to really think about that one. He said, "Sir, I consider you to be a hypocrite." He thought he was cooking with that one. He thought he was cooking. How can I not afford that? Oh. Oh, my offer is refused, huh? I don't fucking refused. All right, fuck it. I'll let you have my shield. I don't need a fucking shield. Whoa, no, 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 no. Why don't you give me 40? Wait, my offer is refused? Why? What am I doing wrong, friend? All right, let's run that back, okay? All right. This is a good starting point. I'll give you this shield. And you just knock the price down a couple septums. There we go. Just like that, guys.
you know, I think the prosecutors and the people around you stretch
Unfortunately,
norms,
I
change
did have to get
standards
rid of my
depending
shield, though,
upon who was
so-
under investigation. So you don't like Donald Trump, and so you're
sure
a
we'll
liberal
find
Democrat, whatever the case may be. And they went after him. And by the way, it's interesting, in all those congressional records that were subpoenaed, all those congressional records that were looked at, was one of them a Democrat?
Was one of them a Democrat? Well, I don't know, dipshit. Were the Democrats involved in January 6th? Oh God, we're gonna have all the fucking yes! But obvious, for us sane people, was a Democrat involved in January 6th? I mean, come the fuck on. This guy is a dipshit, by the way. I don't know who he is. Van Drew? Dumbass has the same last name as a fucking female teen detective. Loser.
No. The answer is no. I'll answer for you. So I got simple questions. I always
He's
say I'm
got
a
some-
simple guy, but it really boils.
You are a simple guy. They call you a simple guy? Oh, I wouldn't say that. If that's how you feel, man. I think a little bit more of myself, but hey, he thinks he's a simple guy, guys. What can he say? I'm a simple guy. God, what a dipshit. Sorry, one moment, chat. Jesus, my for some reason my chat isn't updating on OBS either. So weird that oh, it's because I don't have live chat on there. Sorry, guys. I was missing your amazing comments. Let's see what the chat has to say. At this point, anyone can vote for Democrat is a complete moron. And then he said hi. Well, hello, Danny Hemphill. Anyways, Trump is doing a great job as president. Wow, imagine being so gross about somebody. The only reason you're saying that about her, about Kamala Harris, so let me give some context for the VOD watchers. Kay Proper said, or maybe you would prefer to vote for Camel Toe Harris, which is obviously a disgusting jab at her being a woman. I mean, that's the only reason you would say that. Isn't that embarrassing that they can only attack her? They can't attack her on her ideas because they're not smart enough to do that. So they can only attack her on her womanhood. That's so weird, bro. You're a weirdo. I'm just gonna say it.
Boils down to this. How much can Americans trust this system?
It was all Antifa.
Your special
That's why
counsel
Trump
report, you
pardoned
stated
them.
President Trump
I
engaged
forgot.
and was guilty of criminal conspiracies, and he was guilty of criminal conduct, and you publicly testified you believed you had the proof, etc. If prosecutors deal this way with cases, if they declare that it's guilty and it's over before a jury verdict, would Americans trust the justice?
No, you can't attack her on her ideas because you're just not smart enough to. Just like you weren't smart enough to understand my argument just now. I'm sorry you're not very bright, my friend. I didn't set myself up for anything. You kind of just got schooled. As the kids say. Oh God, we got dirty money here. What does dirty money have to say? Oh, just some typical Republican filth that Fox News told them to watch. Told them to say. I mean, bro, I got skyhoppers fighting me right now. Do you really think I give a fuck about what you're saying? These fucking things suck, bro. Holy shit. Why would I want to walk on water? Hold on. We need something. Paralysis. That'll do it. Oh, I failed to cast it. No. No, you guys, okay, you actually need to stop though. You actually, I can't really die right now, so you guys actually need to stop being fucking pieces of shit. Stop being fucking pieces of shit. That would be super cool. Okay, you can't get under here, right? No! Guaranteed dirty money takes welfare themselves. Oh yeah, for sure. He's my number one
would they
welfare
trust the
baby
system
fan.
more? The answer, go ahead, answer, please answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were asking me.
So when this was all
I
going
heard dirty
on,
money was on
before,
Wick.
and I believe it was political, before there was
Snap.
an entire case, and we went through the whole case, you pretty much declared, and I'm
He's
not gonna
got
read
that
the whole thing through
EBT card
again,
on
that
demand,
President
and
Trump
good
was
for
guilty.
him.
That was
Good for him. I think you should use those government services, man.
isn't your job. That's a judge's job. It's a jury's job. It's not your job. Don't you think that's unfair, that that's wrong, that didn't make...
Dude, this guy. I'm sorry, this haircut is not... Wait, what did you ask, K-Popper? Give me two of her great ideas. She proposed policy against price gouging, and she wanted to implement more policy to build homes. What are you talking about? You can go to her website. She still has her policies up there. You know that, right? Donald Trump, name fucking one comprehensive policy he had. I'll wait.
Make the playing field level? Did it make people less trustworthy of the system? Yes or no?
No. When I announced the charges in the election case, I specifically stated that the
Get
case
fucked,
needed to be
K-popper.
tried, and that he had a right to go to trial, and he was
Loser.
presumed innocent.
And thank you for.
By the
I
way,
just
good
wanna
to see you, Dylan Thomas. Dylan Thomas, an amazing member in the TGD EU. Oh my God, two trivia. He's like, fuck, you gave me ones, and now I'm gonna fucking quibble quabble. All right, let's see the cope K-popper brought up. 2 trivial ideas against Trump's execution of about 60 good ideas in 12 months. Okay, name some of those. Name some of those, K-popper. Name some of those epic wins that Donald Trump has got. Or epic ideas. You know, Donald is famous for his concepts of a plan, so you may not be too far off on that. Just like his concept of a plan for healthcare.
Simple answer, because we are limited on time. I disagree with you. I don't think you did. Your office secretly subpoenaed and phone record got records of
Whoa, what was that? You okay, man?
Members of Congress. And you kept those
Spit it
subpoenas
out.
hidden through non-disclosure orders. That's wrong.
What does that mean? That
You
kinda
should have
felt
known.
mean.
You want to do that, fine. It's wrong.
Dude, he looks like a fucking cartoon character. Mr. Van Drew. Looks like a fucking dweeb, bro.
Number one, it's wrong because people have a right. The American public has a right to know. The elected officials have a right to know. It's your right to subpoena them, but they should know. Secondly, and I brought this up before, not one Democrat, it's all Republicans, all Republicans. Everything you've ever done is always against Republicans. Do you think that puts more trust in the
K-popper
system?
is quickly trying his hardest to look up ideas that Donald Trump has had that actually worked. But unfortunately, it's getting harder and harder to defend the Donald, so I'm interested to see what he says, though. He may have ran away, though. That's unfortunately common with MAGA warriors. And look, it's raining in Morrowind. I love when it rains in Morrowind. I really do. Doesn't this just feel nice? Like, couldn't you just fall asleep watching this? Listening to the rain sounds?
When you're so partisan in that way, yes or no?
No.
Dude, this guy's a fan of Pisco. I'm telling you. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? It is a good debate tactic to use to deploy the yes or no. Because, you know, you do want to get them, you know, you want these motherfuckers to answer questions. But, anyways.
Played no role in our investigation. I have prosecuted Republicans and Democrats throughout my career. I have dismissed cases against Republicans and Democrats.
Because you didn't have the proof. If prosecutors routinely relied on politically
Didn't have the
invalid
proof.
investigations, and by this I mean, let me appeal to your sense of fairness. You're saying you're a fair man. We had a January 6th committee, select committee, that was appointed only by a Democrat, the then Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. Everybody on it was a Democrat, except 2 Republicans that hated Republicans.
Bro,
Was that
come
fair?
on. You can't
Was that
do
fair?
that. You can't do that, man. I guarantee you they weren't the people that hated Republicans at the time, but you're going to say they hated Republicans just because they joined the January 6th committee. God, this is embarrassing. I don't know why my chat isn't updating. It's very annoying. Sorry, guys. 88,000 manufacturing jobs lost since Trump took office. You consider that a good job? Well, hey now, you know, there's got to be there's got to be a little, there's going to be a little trouble in the beginning, the beginning as in his first year. Oh, come on now, once the tariffs come into effect, as if they haven't been into effect already. We got a lot of good trade frameworks. We got a lot of really good trade frameworks. Oh, you mean the framework that the European Union decided not to vote on because you threatened Greenland? God, he's such an idiot. I mean, I try not to, like, he's got to be smart because he got into office somehow, right? But, like, he really is an incompetent son of a bitch. I mean, he really is. The U.S. debt hit 39 trillion. Trump is directly responsible for 9.58 trillion of the debt, or 37.4%. Is that a good job? Well, according to MAGA, yes, because he got trans women out of women's sports. That was worth it. That was worth it, man. He got, okay, he may be responsible for 37% of our debt. That is a lot. But now now less people have to take vaccines. Think about that. That's a good thing, right? God damn, I really was having trouble thinking of what would they even say to that. Because their whole thing is debt, They're so concerned about the debt, and yet their guy is responsible for a lot of it. That's a crazy statistic, by the way. Thank you for that stat. I'm going to use that. How much do all the wildfires, floods, tornadoes, and hurricanes cost? How about the illegals? What are you talking about? Do you think Democrats control the fucking weather? Holy shit, honey to honey. We gotta have a talk. Do you think the Democrats control the weather? I think we need an answer on that, man. That's concerning. Honey to honey, we gotta have that talk. Do you think the Democrats control the weather? Yes or no? Yes or no? I need to get more assertive with that because I'm going to be getting debates here soon, and I need to be very
look at our
assertive.
system here in Congress. We've got Democrats, man, they speak up. You've got Republicans, we speak up. You hear both sides. That's the way a select committee should be. And you based everything upon this biased, unfair, prejudiced system. How is that
biased,
fair?
unfair.
No, that's fair.
That's not correct. We conducted an independent investigation.
You based a lot on that commission. You got all the records.
That's not correct. We did collect the
Boom! Jack Smith! Oh, fuck. Jack Smith with
Trump,
the
they were willing
fucking
to do
elbow
just
from
about
hell.
anything.
Oh my God, they restarted it, guys. Can you believe this? Hold on. I'll know when he's speaking when Dingle Doofus is here. Oh, he took off his glasses? Did he have glasses on originally? No, he didn't. I don't know why I thought he had glasses.
Members of Congress. And you kept those subpoenas hidden through non-disclosure orders. That's wrong. They should have known.
That's wrong.
You want to do that, fine. It's wrong. Number one, it's wrong because people have a right, the American public has a right to know, the elected officials
wrong.
have a right to know.
It's not against
it's
the
your
law.
Right to subpoena them,
but
They
fine.
should know.
You want to play that
Secondly, and I
way?
brought this up
Well, you know what, Jack Smith? I think you're a poopy head. That's right. That's right. Yeah, Jack Smith. I think your head is made of poop. Sorry. Let me refresh my chat real quick. The U.S. debt has hit... Oh, yeah, I read that. 96% of the U.S. tariff has been paid by the U.S. customer, while about 4% of the tariff burden was paid by foreign exporters. Trump fucking sucks. Amen, human secularists. Let's go. Like your name. And I like the... Hey, shout out to the First Avenger. They've been providing some good stats that I very much appreciate, dog. If you ever, by the way, if you guys ever have some articles you want to send or anything like that, feel free to join the Discord and send it in stream suggestions. Just let me know in chat that you sent it and I'll check it out.
Before, not one Democrat. It's all Republicans, all Republicans. Everything you've done, everything you've ever done is always against Republicans. Do you think that
everything
puts more
he's
trust in
ever
the
done? Listen to that bullshit. Listen to that absolute dribble that came out of this fucking... Who is this? Mr. Van Drew? God, I hope you are in a secure red state or else you're fucking... We're calling your number, man.
When you're so partisan in that way, yes or no?
No. Politics played no role in our investigation. I have prosecuted Republicans and Democrats throughout my career. I have dismissed cases against Republicans and Democrats.
Because you didn't have the proof. If prosecutors...
Let's skip ahead. We've heard enough from this
Republicans
partisan hack.
that hated Republicans. Was that fair?
Was that fair? Was that fair?
Capitol rioters and to enter into the record.
Young lady from California.
Yes, I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the government's sentencing memorandum for Capitol rioter Cody Mattis, who said that, quote, when the former president asked his supporters to march on the Capitol, it was not a call to peacefully and patriotically make your voice
Objection.
but to storm and seize the building.
And I've got one, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
This is a press release from Congressman Jeff.
I don't like that because it makes my guy seem like a fucking crazy loon.
Van Drew's statement on storming the Capitol building, calling it unacceptable, un-American, and disrespectful of democracy.
Without objection, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today. Let's remember why we're here today. Donald Trump incited an insurrection in 2020 because he refused to accept that he lost that election. And then he took classified documents with him and put them in Mar-a-Lago. Republicans support impunity for criminals, not accountability. There's no clearer example than that of the blanket pardon of nearly 1,600 insurrectionists on day one of this disgraceful presidency. Trump pardoned people convicted of seditious conspiracy who brutalized police officers. There are 4 of them who can testify to that here, and who wanted to kill Vice President Pence. People who've committed more crimes since the insurrection: sexual assault, child molestation, aggravated kidnapping. That's who Trump pardoned, and that's whose side
special.
Republicans are
CM,
on.
That's the Mar-a-Lago
They may not want to,
special,
but they are, because they refuse to tell the truth. Mr. Smith, let me ask you something. Does pardoning violent rioters who brutalized law enforcement officers, spray peppering them, tasering them, beating them up, kicking them, smashing them in door frames, make our country safer?
Absolutely not.
As a prosecutor, can you describe why these pardons make our communities less safe and undermine our criminal legal system more broadly?
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. Gets me boosted out there in the algorithm.
Convicted after trial. In my view, and I think in the view of the judges who sentenced them to prison, are dangerous to their community. As you've mentioned, some of these people have already committed crimes against their communities again, and I think all of us, if we're reasonable, know that there's going to be more crimes committed by these people in the future. I do not understand why you would mass pardon people who assaulted police officers. I don't get it. I never will.
Well, it's because he wants them to do it again. That's my theory. It's because he wants them to do it again at some point. I mean, that's what I'm getting from that. Ooh, I kind of want a flame sword. Don't lie. That sounds dope as fucking shit. A flame sword? I mean, it only does 5... Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it off your hands. Might as well. You can have that too, and this. All right, we're probably getting close to the end of the stream here, by the way, folks. The Biden administration kept the Trump administration 350 on tariff. Yeah, it was a good idea.
That's exactly right. And none of this
But
is
not these
a coincidence.
tariffs. These tariffs on our fucking allies is stupid. Silly man. Trump, says Javier Media. What a weird name, by the way. Trump. I love Trump.
Our purpose of the Republican Party, unfortunately, has become to help criminals and corporate interests
Complete
evade
bots, dude.
accountability.
It's embarrassing.
Republicans want impunity, not accountability. They want impunity for the January 6th people, for the classified documents case, for the Epstein files, for billionaires and big corporations, and for terror that DHS is sowing on our streets. The Gestapo tactics by ICE and CBP are the obvious result of President Trump and the Republican Party that protect anyone who helps them turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. Whether it's storming the Capitol to overthrow an election or murdering people in broad daylight, Republicans will back you if you back their political mafia and racketeering operation. That's why Democrats must fight for accountability through oversight, through legislation, evidence collection, and through prosecution for the openly criminal acts that we're seeing in our communities every day. Democracy doesn't exist without accountability, but you got to have a spine. I thank you, Mr. Smith, for doing your part. Our fight continues for accountability, not for impunity. Thank you, and I yield back.
May I have a
Mr. Chairman, I would yield to the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Smith, I just want to take a minute and allow you to explain why you requested the toll records of those officials for January 6th.
For the January 6th investigation, you mean,
yeah.
Correct? With regard to the toll records that were subpoenaed regarding the period of the 4th, I think it was to the 7th, we had evidence that the president had directed Rudy Giuliani, one of his co-conspirators, to contact members of Congress to try to further delay the proceedings and exploit the violence that happened in the Capitol. We had evidence that those calls had happened. We wanted to get more evidence of that to corroborate it for trial. That is, again, as I've mentioned earlier today, a standard part of an investigation to understand who a conspiracy is trying to reach out to, how they're trying to influence people.
And you want a documentary confirmation?
Yes, correct.
Time of the gentleman is expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, I'll just cut
The
right.
gentleman from Texas. I wonder what this guy has to say. I'm sure it's going to be very fair to Jack Smith and not paint him in a horrible light
To
at
the
all.
chase here. Your investigation and attempted prosecution of President Trump, it wasn't about justice. It was about power.
There we go. Well, you know, you gotta. I hoped, you know. I hoped. Unfortunately, Republicans are known to disappoint, so they're very well known for their disappointing ways.
Politics. Politics. From day one, under the Biden-Harris DOJ, you weaponized the law.
I was so hopeful.
Go after their top political opponent. You push flawed legal theories, and even the far left, Washington Post, called you out. They called you out, sir.
The
for
far left. Listen, Washington Post is far left. What? I don't know about that one, Chief.
violating the First Amendment. You tried to criminalize political speech, slap unlawful gag orders on a presidential candidate, and spy on Republican members of Congress in violation of the Speech or Debate Clause, including the sitting Speaker of the House. Mr. Smith, you mishandled documents, pressured defense lawyers, and dumped a massive trove of so-called evidence right before the election, and you did it. You did it to sway voters. That's why you did it.
That's
and
why.
don't get me started on that raid at Mar-a-Lago or your unconstitutional appointment.
That really, that raid at Mar-a-Lago really offended him. Don't get him, hey, do not get him started on the raid in Mar-a-Lago. Do not get him started. Whew. Gets my blood boiling.
Judge in Florida rightly tossed out. A very bad day for you. This wasn't, Mr. Smith, about upholding the law. It was about tearing down President Trump and anyone close to him. You even tried to ram through a politically motivated final report after your cases collapsed.
No.
Including the Presidential Transition Act and basic fairness. But here's
ICE raid Mar-a-Lago. Well, while they are stupid, I don't think they're that dumb. Not yet. Not yet. Although they're getting, they're getting awfully close. Their incompetence knows no bounds. I don't like this tower shield. I think I'm getting rid of it. For iron shield. Fuck it.
Here's the good part, America. Here's the good part. The American people saw right through it.
We saw
they
right
rejected,
through it, right, guys?
Sir, your witch hunt loud and clear in November, handing President Trump a commanding victory. The voters spoke loud and clear. They wanted an end to the weaponization of our justice system. In your opening statement,
and unfortunately,
you spoke about proof of beyond a reasonable doubt.
Donald Trump is not
Mr.
that.
Smith, I will give you proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Donald Trump winning the popular vote by over 2 million votes.
That's not proof. That is not proof, my friend. He should get his mouth out of Trump's anus before he speaks in the future. I know, right? It's really fucking up his ability to speak, poor guy. But to be a Trumper nowadays, that's kind of something you just gotta, you gotta get used to that taste, so.
Electoral College by 85 votes.
85
along with every
votes.
single swing state. Now, sir, that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the crap you were shoveling did not pass the smell test with the American people. To put it bluntly, Mr. Smith, the stink remains on you.
No, the stink of fucking Trump's asshole remains on your lips, my friend. Jesus. God, this Trump has something on this guy. I don't know what it is, but Trump's got something on him. For that much of a dome job? Oh yeah. Republicans are disgrace and traitors to this country. Well, I don't think, like, if we had a functioning Republican Party, I'd disagree. However, right now, I definitely agree. They are not a functioning party.
I would like to quickly address the police officers of January 6th. Mr. Dunn, Mr. Fanone, Mr. Gonell, Mr. Hodges.
Oh?
I'm a member of the new select committee to actually examine what happened that day. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team.
You are a piece of shit. You deserve the fucking... Ooh. This type of stuff is something that will piss me off. Disrespecting our fucking... Oh, bro. That is an embarrassment. This guy is a fucking hack, and his fucking... Ooh. That is infuriating to hear, dude. Straight up. Want to talk that way about our fucking Capitol officers that defended democracy that day? Piece of shit, dude. Hack piece of shit.
We know they had the intelligence, and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day.
Hold on, what was that?
And there was going to, we know they had the intelligence, and there was...
Bro, did you hear that? Somebody said, fuck yourself. Oh, let's hear that again.
We know they had the intelligence, and there...
Fuck yourself. Oh, I mean, ACAB? No, I think cops have a very functional part of our society, but when you weaponize them, that becomes a problem, as with any agency. And that's what Donald Trump tried to do with cops originally in his first term, but cops actually learned from what happened on to George Floyd. I want to know who said fuck yourself. I really do. That man deserves a fucking award.
There was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. Claim my time, yeah.
You will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. We've had some disruptions already. We don't need that. Let the gentleman may continue.
We know the Capitol leadership team, specifically Yogananda Pittman, had the intelligence, and there was...
Security force, not our current form of police? I disagree. I think a lot of officers learned from what happened to George Floyd. At least even in my small town. I think the current system of policing is fine. A lot of police, like local agencies, didn't want to get behind what Trump was serving. And January 6th, that was just clearing their throat. I don't know what you're talking about. What exactly makes you think that? Well, there's been, in multiple agencies, there's been policy reform since George Floyd. And you're seeing new ideas on how to police, like, I think we put too much pressure on our officers to do too much. We ask our officers to do way too much. So I advocate obviously we need to keep our current police. But we need to lighten their load. You know, I don't think police should be called to a scene of, you know, some guy locked in his room that didn't take his meds. I don't think the police need to be called to that. I think a social worker could be called to that. He is auditioning for the cabinet position of POTUS cocksucker. Well, cockholster. Well, I hope he gets it. He'd be good at that.
There's going to be a high propensity for violence that day. And the Capitol itself was the target. We knew the extremist groups were going to be there. And why do I say that? It was your own report from your intelligence section, the IICD, which was run by Pittman, in the January 3rd special events section. It was in it. It was in it. And Mr. Dunn, I believe that you thought that day would be like just any other. In your testimony to the January 6th committee, you said you found out how ugly was going to get on a cell phone. Somebody sent you some information on social media. The point is, you were all unprepared to deal with that day. And that's because your leadership failed to share the intelligence with you. It was their fault, folks. It was their fault. It was not President Trump. And we are going to expose
President
it
Trump,
for the first
he's
time.
an angel. He's an angel. What are you? Come on. President Trump's an angel. He would never do it. He would never do that. President Trump is an angel. How dare you? President Trump, period, is, period, saving, period, America, period, and, period, God, period, is, period, using, period, him, period, you, period, liberal, period, will, period, lose, period, big, period. Thank you, Joseph. John, you're just showing how you are so, like, you're so horny-brained, bro, that you have to, like, insult people with sexually based insults. I mean, that's just weird, bro. That doesn't even make Kamala lost. Like, wow, bro. What a own, dude. You're killing it. You send I love you to your mother with those fingers? I can't believe you.
Because the Benny Thompson, the sham committee didn't do it.
Will the gentleman yield for a
The
question?
sham committee didn't do it. The report is 845 pages. Donald Trump's name is mentioned 4,207 times. We know what the committee wanted to do is to not allow Donald Trump to come back and win again. And they failed miserably. And I hope you now
Instead
can see
of draining the swamp, they're circling the damn drain. Hey, fucking man, dude.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance to my distinguished colleague out of Jersey.
I just want to quickly go over something because we keep rewriting history. The president said peacefully and patriotically. What don't we understand about peacefully and
He
patriotically?
said peacefully and patriotically at one point. I mean, don't ask what he was saying before that, but, you know. He said peacefully and patriotically, guys. To be honest, though, I mean, patriotically can mean a lot of things. Patriotism has never been, hasn't always been a bloodless affair. Can we all remember that? Anyways, I need to find an inn so I can sleep.
He asked for the National Guard. That was ignored. He asked Speaker Pelosi. What don't we understand that?
Will the gentleman yield for a question? Are you saying Nancy Pelosi controls the National Guard?
Wait a minute.
The president could have ordered the National Guard if he wanted to, and you know that.
My time, I lost some of my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. You have a few more seconds.
And finally, how many elected officials say we're going to fight to win an election? terminology used all the time, seriously. And of course, if they were guilty, they should be prosecuted. The problem was there were many in the mix.
Dots, though? I know, right? Not
Last
enough.
thing, your hand gestures, Mr. Fanone.
No.
You need
The time of the gentleman has
medication.
expired. The time of gentleman has expired. The audience will be in order, the committee will be in order, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 2 unanimous consent requests to enter into the record, 2 articles.
Gentlelady can proceed.
An article dated December 29, 2025, titled Wall Street Journal Editorial Board Calls Out MAGA's Latest 2020 Stolen Election Nonsense.
Objection.
And the second article, an article dated December 23, 2025, titled Fact Check. Fulton County's 315,000 unsigned early votes are not proof of electoral fraud.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Chairman. Under unanimous consent, I ask to enter into the record the Judiciary Democrats' January 2026 report titled, Where Are They Now? The Perpetrators of January 6th and the Defenders of Democracy Who Stopped Them, which profiles the illustrious career trajectories of some of the key actors from January 6th who were pardoned by Donald Trump. And secondly,
objection.
A second report, January 2026 report from Judiciary Democrats, 1 year later, assessing the public safety implications of President Trump's mass pardon of 1,600 January 6 rioters and insurrectionists.
Without objection, the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for joining us. You know, most people are wondering why you are even here today. But it's because we've heard conspiracy after conspiracy that the 2020 election was rigged. And Capitol Police officers were harmed and died because of those conspiracies. And we have important elections coming up. And the people want them to happen.
Well,
and
hey,
they want
I think if the Republicans wanna play this, if they ever want to play the "we're for police" card, which notice after January 6th they stopped doing that. Wonder why. But if they ever want to play that, just remind them of what that one Republican just fucking said. Coward, dude, just a coward.
them to be fair. And the one person who should be telling the truth about elections is the president. But Donald Trump has not and is still not telling the truth about the 2020 elections. In fact, there is a January 6th page on the taxpayer-funded White House website that says the election was stolen from Trump, a blatant, disproven lie he knows is totally false. So one of my Republican colleagues earlier brought up Trump's mind state, that he knew he lost, and he knew that what he was saying was untrue, but that you had no proof. So, Mr. Smith, what evidence did you develop to suggest Trump knew he had lost the 2020 election?
We had evidence from a variety of sources, evidence from people who were close to Donald Trump and who he relied on, people who wanted him to win the election, people who were employed by his campaign to help him win the election. Our evidence is that this was a conspiracy and that Donald Trump specifically sought to prey on party loyalty. Our investigation involved interviewing and subpoenaing records of Republicans because that's who Donald Trump sought to prey on to stay in office. And the reality is certain people refused to do that. The vice president refused to go along with that. People in various states' legislatures refused to go along with that. And the reality is that if we took this case to trial, a good number of our witnesses would be Republicans. If a Democrat had committed these crimes, had done these things, I would have subpoenaed a number of Democrats. I would have subpoenaed their records.
And I'm going to ask you about that. But correct, it's not like he was calling Nancy Pelosi. So why is it legally important to know that Trump knew he was lying when he said the election was stolen?
Listen to this, MAGA.
That was part of our proof of trial, and it was relevant to the charges, specifically to the first charge to defraud the United States. It is permissible for someone to lie, but when they use speech to commit a crime, to facilitate a crime, that is not protected by the First Amendment. The Supreme Court has been very clear on that, and this very issue was litigated in the case. The defense raised this very issue. And one thing I want to be clear about today, the case that I investigated and the case we had, it was built to be tried in a courtroom, not in the media. Our case was built to withstand the crucible of litigation, and our assessment was that we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt that would do that.
So what I heard you say is that when you lie, and you know you're lying, and then you act on that lie to overturn the democratic process, that is a felony. A January 6er actually said, if I can't trust him, then who can I trust? Exactly. You know, we cannot even trust our own president. And in fact, there's so many other things that you can say that you're not allowed to say because a Trump-appointed judge sealed the documents, refusing to release the files yet again, which is why we could probably ask you far more questions if those were unsealed. So I know I don't have that much time. I want to now shift to these allegations from my Republican colleagues about the collection of phone records of Republican senators. I guess some of the ones that were trying to get $500,000 of taxpayer dollars. So many of the phone records of members were requested before you were appointed as special counsel, yes or no? That's true? Is that accurate?
Yes, some subpoenas occurred before I was special counsel.
And what do you say to those who claim you chose to target Republicans because you only collected phone records for Republicans?
The conspiracy I was investigating targeted Republicans.
Right.
As I mentioned earlier.
That's right. And so you would have requested any relevant call records necessary for your investigation of a Republican or of a Democrat?
That's correct. And to be clear, if a Democrat committed these acts, we would have sought those. I could just add one thing. We interviewed Rudy Giuliani in the course of this investigation, and we asked him, why did you, in one of the voicemails he left for the senator, mention the fact that it was Republicans that you were reaching out to? And he said, because the Democrats weren't going to help us, and even some Republicans wouldn't help us. And so our evidence showed repeatedly that the plan was to see if you could prey on people's party loyalty.
Time of the gentlelady's expired. The gentlelady from...
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Smith, it was during your deposition with our committee that you revealed that you tasked your team, specifically J.P. Cooney, to engage with the partisan January 6th committee. You had to have known at the time the controversy surrounding this committee, including the fact that all of the members had been appointed by Nancy Pelosi, who disallowed the Republicans from being able to engage. Yet you proceeded anyway, raising numerous questions as to your strategy for conspiring with the J6 committee. You had every possible resource available to you. Your prosecution of President Trump was clearly a priority for the Biden administration. And it is clear that you had an unlimited budget.
I don't think it was.
And you also left no stone unturned, even subpoenaing records from sitting members of the House and Senate. So what information could the J6 committee possess that you and the nation's top law enforcement agency could not obtain on your own?
I need to find
I
this
did
fucking
request
witch.
J.P. Cooney.
What did they have that you couldn't obtain on your own?
There's a lot of
in
rats
any
here.
investigation. You would,
What information did they have that you were not able to obtain on your own?
I couldn't
My
know that
boy is
until I
fucking
had their
him up, though.
information.
Hopefully he doesn't.
Was there
die.
anything there? Did you find that they had information that you were not able to obtain?
I don't recall specifically every bit of information. What I can tell you is we took in their information because we wanted to collect any information that could be relevant. We made our own independent assessment of the
Okay,
evidence.
so from the time that you were appointed as special counsel up to the date of your resignation in January of 2025, did you personally have any contact with any members, staff, or contractors of the House's January 6th Select Committee, and if so, who?
I do not believe I had contact with anybody personally from the January Select
The January 6th Committee failed to archive or preserve its video recordings of witness interviews, deleting or destroying as many as 900 interview summaries or transcripts involving more than 1 full terabyte of digital data.
Whoa.
I repeat, the J6th Committee destroyed evidence. Let that
Whoa,
sink in.
guys. Let that sink in for a minute. Is this the person we're looking for? Are you the witch, sir? Sir, I don't have time to help you. I'm already helping this guy. You seen a witch around these parts, sir? I'm looking for a witch. They stole his blade. He was right here. He said northwest. Alright, so north, and this way would be west, right? Is the host another far-left Nazi complaining about the Trump administration fixing America? I wish he would take over the UK and fix us. Hey guys, I'm sorry you guys are so envious of our democracy, but unfortunately, we cannot export it. You guys gotta fix yourselves. This reason why some of the GOP reps were not on the January 6th committee was that there were conclusion that the White House was trying to halt the transfer of power. Amen. I like your name, William, by the way. William Hope, that's a cool one. Thank you for reading me out. Yeah, no problem, man. I am a liberal, though. So, you may want to rethink your hearts, because you gotta be careful, man. I'm one of those far-left Nazis. No, I am a liberal. Fully, I don't support communism. I think that's fucking cringe. But I do support capitalism with rails, you know? Gotta have some guardrails on that bad girl.
Why would they do such a thing? I think we have a dang good idea. The committee actually used selective clips from these videos and transcripts during their hearings, and yet by destroying this evidence, they have denied Congress and the public the ability to obtain their full content and context. They created their narrative by selective use of the evidence before them. So how very convenient. Did you or your team receive any of those witness transcripts or video recordings of transcribed interviews from the select committee that were not released to the public?
I think the ideas of liberalism are great. Free Iran? Yeah, I think a free Iran would be amazing. But I'm probably going to disagree with you on the ideas that Islamic ideals are totally compatible with liberal democracy, dude. So we're gonna probably have some at least I have a sense of humor. Hey, you got to out here. I think the best way to combat like extremist ideologies really is to meme on them. You know, you can't take them too seriously, dude. Or else they win because their idea is being taken seriously. Being racist, most far left do not. I mean, maybe some of the far left, but all the liberals I know, we want to see a Iran that's free and open. And oh my God, this motherfucker's about to die to a fucking. Come on, man. How good are you? Hopefully you're not dying. You're not doing much to him, unfortunately. Luckily, I'm here to save the day. These guys do suck, though. These skyhoppers. Cliff racers. Why was I calling them skyhoppers? She took Liz Cheney's seat. The far left are not liberals or Democrats. The extreme side of Islam scares me. I'm not in Islamophobia. I'm genuinely scared. Well, I wouldn't be scared. Like, I'd be scared. I'm just as afraid of extreme Christian nationalism. You know what I mean? Like, I think theocracies, anything that bases their ideals in religious text is not what should rule the people. What a lonely life I have. What are you talking about? I got so many people chatting up in here. It's my stance on immigration. I'm totally for legal immigration, and I think we need to open up ways for people to come in legally easier. I think for right now, you're tempted to get my stream banned. Good luck with that, Miller. I have been reported for disinformation at least 500 times now. If anything, it just boosts my algorithm, so good luck. Go ahead and try that. I think it's cute that you think you have power over me. But all right. Anyways, so I'm all for legal means of immigration. And I think we need to I want these people that are here illegally to come out of the shadows, and I want there to be a path for these people to come out of the shadows. Right now, there's not, and I think there needs to be a Hey, I'm not for extremism in any regards to extremism in Christian beliefs is just as bad as Islamic beliefs. Heard of the Dark Ages? They did all that shit in the name of God, bro. So I'm for a secular government that helps its people. I'm all for legal immigration tools. So many immigrants are amazing. Must all go, in my opinion. We need law and order. Well, if you get rid of all the immigrants, it's not gonna solve your issue of law and order. And to be honest, man, I mean, crime has been down for 30 years. It's at a 30-year low in general. I mean, we're doing good in terms of crime. A lot more of our issues come from wealth disparities and stuff like that. I don't think we have this huge wave of crime going on, at least in America. But, god damn it, I lost this fucking... True about extreme Christians, but the Holy Crusades were in response to Islam. I mean, I don't know about that one. It depends on what one you're talking about first. You know, there were so many goddamn crusades. They really enjoyed killing people from from that region for some reason. I don't know why, but they enjoyed it. So anyways, would this way be west? I'm wondering. God damn, I'm so turned backwards on this. Like, I think to talk on the immigration point, though, I do want a system where these people that are here already can come out of the shadows, even if they're here illegally. So we don't have to send in ICE and all this shit. We don't have to drag mothers out of their homes, you know? And think about it. We could make a little money on top of it. We could ask that they pay a little more in taxes because they were here illegally. And then bada bing bada boom, my friend. We've got more money coming in. And you can we have more people here legally. Oh, is this the witch? This looks like a witch. Get ready. Let's go. Wait, hold on. Before I do. Dude, this is a witch. I know what witches look like. That's a witch. I'm just greedy. I want funding for my sex things. What are you talking about? Bro, I think you just had a schizophrenic episode of my chat. I hope you're okay, man. Did you take this man's clothes? I agree, illegal immigrants should be able to pay a premium to stay in the country. If they don't have the money and are not contributing, they have to go. Well, the thing is, a lot of these people do contribute a lot of money. But if we implement that system, then yeah, I think that would be fair. But the issue is we don't have that system right now. But yeah, if we had that system, then for sure, I would agree with the immigration laws as they are. But unfortunately, that's just not how they exist in their current state. Yeah, I don't think you're a healer. He's ready to get it back quite yet. I can still see the rage burning in those tiny Nord eyes. If you contribute money, why did Democrats steal FEMA? That is some weird conspiracy that I can't even begin to unravel for you. And premium green card could be good. Sounds like something Trump would actually do. Well, I mean, it's not, it's not rocket science, you know what I mean? Like, that's just my comprehensive, like, it would solve a lot of issues, you know? I don't know why. I mean, I feel like it's easy to communicate to the American people too. I agree, it would get him a lot of political capital too. I mean, yeah, I think it's a good idea. I don't know why people are so against it, honestly. Pay a little extra, get some extra revenue coming in. These people don't have to feel like they're being hunted in the streets, you know? Because if I was an immigrant, I would be scared as fuck right now. Walking around, even if I'm here legally, bro. If my skin is a little browner than what it currently is, then I'm kind of sweating bullets right now. Good points for helping the community, or if they worked in hospitals, shelters. Yeah, I love that idea, honestly, dude. That's a great idea. I always have confidence and pride in myself and community and also America. Amen, dude. I love this country. This country's fucking amazing. And I really do think diversity is a huge benefit, you know? Like, I hate this, like, DEI kind of, like, when people say DEI, it's just like kind of code for diversity. And it's like, dude, diversity really fucking helps us in a lot of ways. Anyways, if I go on my diversity tangent, we'll be here all night. And I'm already going way after when I normally stream, but we got some cool people here, so. There is or has been really in the UK. What is it really like in the US? Well, I think so we had record low unemployment under Biden's presidency. And so he did let our companies needed work, so he let in a lot of people because he was like, oh, we have this huge workforce in the southern border that wants to come here. So he did let in a lot of people. Now, it's not the 20 billion, 20 million. It's about 3 million people he let in. So our number went from 11 million immigrants, illegal, undocumented immigrants, to 14 million. So I don't personally see the issue. I think I mean, I know there's been a lot of people that have came into my shop that aren't necessarily legal, and I mean, they seem more American than half the Americans that come in there. So pull in, work bloody hard, start businesses, pay some taxes, and really integrate. The issue is not, well, I actually disagree, because there's some I live in Kansas, a small town in Kansas, and I've met like a good amount of people that are from I don't remember, I believe it's Syria. But and they integrate perfectly well. So I don't know. I think the idea of integration isn't necessarily something to really be concerned about, because while the initial wave will be a lot closer to their values of where they came from, the next generation will be a mix of their values with our values. And I think that mix is actually super important because it provides crazy good insight. Not to say that the parents' insight isn't valuable, not at all. But I think that they'll have this, they'll have perspective of what it is like to be in America, with the aspects of different ideals based on where they come from. Several times more immigrants than Trump has. He did it quietly. Millions got kicked out. I mean, yeah, Obama was pretty hard on immigration. Now, in my opinion, we can talk all day about that, but oh geez, Raymond, poor guy. You must think, see, Love Is My Network, this is what you don't want to become a Raymond, you know? Hey, I understand being afraid of, like, extremism coming into your political space, you know? I see that on my side with far lefties, but just don't become a Raymond. I know plenty of Muslims that contribute, that love America, you know? And if you want to know how diverse Islam can be, there is a famous Islamic poet that wrote an entire couplet about the sexiest femboys of the planet. Did you guys know about this? So just think, if that can exist within Islam, you know, we should be good. We just got to get the right template, you know? Just got to make sure you're not bigoted towards them or anything like that, because bigotry does breed resentment and hate, you know? Poor Raymond is having a mental health crisis in chat. I know. Did you guys know that about the poet, though? Found that super fucking interesting for some reason. Yeah, he made a poem called Beautiful Men, and it's all about the hottest twinks from around the world. We can all hope to be like that poet, you know?
Public?
What I can tell you is that I requested J.P. Cooney to contact the Select Committee.
Do you know if you received any of
I
the
guarantee you
evidence or
there are people in my chat. They're looking that up right now. And I am 100% right.
testimony that the J6 committee eventually destroyed?
I don't have any information that the J6 committee.
You don't know one way or the other as you sit here today.
Now, does it help or hurt my case that his favorite twink femboy was Christian Greek Europeans? The UK is getting all the... I don't think that. I think there's just met many Iranians, amazing and creative. What is his name? I actually, let me check it real quick. I actually sent it because I just thought that was interesting. You don't hear, you know, I'm bisexual myself, and, you know, you don't get many people in history that were openly gay and stuff like that. So let me check what his name was really quick. I'm probably going to butcher it, but his name, get it loaded up here, is Enderunlu Fazil. Enderunlu Fazil. So, that's fun. Bro, I'm bisexual too. I don't want to be chucked. Don't worry, you're not gonna be chucked off the roof, bro. Don't worry. I promise you, it's not nearly. My planet Loner Box is he lives in the UK, and I honestly think you would actually really like some of his work. You should check him out. Loner Box. He's super cool. Turkish? Hell yeah. Anyways, enough of our Chad fucking Islamic poet.
What I'm telling you is that I requested all the information we could get from the January 6th.
Has all of the information that...
Fuck, bro, I'm gonna have to copy and paste. That's the best I can do. Here, I got you, gang. Oh, okay. No, Loner Box. My bad. I thought you were talking about the poet. There we go. Loner Box. He's really cool. He actually had a really interesting immigration debate with some rightoid from here. Yeah, you should check him out. He's pretty cool. Fortunately, gay men and lesbian women are killed in the Middle East and Africa. Well, I think that... I don't know. I mean, in the past, it was... I don't know, because you get examples of that. I would be interested to see how much of homophobia... I don't know. It's probably always been hated, but I know different cultures look at it differently. What do I think of Charlie Kirk? Well, I think Charlie Kirk... Let me start off by saying what happened to him was an absolute tragedy, and I think Tyler Robinson should feel fucking disgusted for what he did. We don't solve our problems by shooting the people we disagree with, okay? We solve them by talking with them and exposing their ideas as stupid in front of everybody. Now, with that being said, Charlie Kirk, I don't think he was moving the needle, you know? I don't think he was this revolutionary man who was MLK-like, you know. I just don't. I think he was, you know, much like a lot of the right. He was a clipper. And that's not to diminish, you know, like, I'm sure for the conservative movement, I'm sure he did a lot. But that's kind of my thoughts on him, you know. I do not think he's this amazing figure. But I think it's disgusting what happened to him. Now I disagree. Well, Tom, you can't disagree with that. He was much more interested in getting clips in the college campus than actually debating ideas. I mean, just a couple days before he died, I was watching a clip of him talking about how he wouldn't, I was watching how he was blaming the Texas floods on DEI. I mean, come on. I loved him, but I'm not pro-life. I believe in choice. I'm so glad that you gave a really good thoughts on Charlie. Great work for a lefty like you. You got people talking. That is better than most. I will say that, yes, he did. You know what? Another reason I appreciated Charlie Kirk was because he was a very good counterweight. The right wing has a kind of monopoly on their media apparatus, their new media apparatus, and he was really good at being a counterweight to us and basically giving us a reason to start our own media apparatus. How many people on the left celebrated his death? Well, I would encourage you not to quite look at people on like TikTok, because the people on TikTok are gonna, you're only gonna get famous the more incendiary comments you make. But I will say that all the Democratic leaders, all the politicians I saw condemned it and said this is a dark day for our democracy. Discourse became much worse after Charlie Kirk got murdered. I totally agree on that. Yeah, I think it was absolutely a tragedy. It chills our political speech, and it makes people feel emboldened to do even worse stuff. Why did he always debate college kids instead of adults? Well, I think that's a that's a question that answered itself, right? And we were beating Charlie Kirk, you know what I mean? We were beating, like, he had that one debate with that college professor and he got stomped on. And then my boy, IRI, was just about to have a big debate on Jubilee with him and 20 others. So, yeah, really sad. Anyways, we got to finish
You requested been preserved. All of the information from the J6 committee, has that been preserved?
The information that we requested and received, we reviewed it. It was
Has it been preserved?
Yes.
Well, the reason he went to college campuses was to be cool. We need our own Turning Point USA. That's what I've always said. We need our own Turning Point USA. And I really hope Chorus reaches out, because I have some amazing ideas for our own Turning Point USA. You know what I'm saying? Anyways.
Were you or your team advised, or did you get the impression from anyone affiliated with
Trump
the January 6th
is also my
committee?
president, believe it or not. I live in the United States of America as well.
That these documents were not for public release, even though portions of them had already been shown to the American people? Were you advised to keep any of the information?
Definitely agree. He did not have to die. He was not a good person. I was never saying he was. I personally disagreed with a lot of what Charlie Kirk had to say. He was fanning the flames of hate. I very much agree with that. The devil is your turning point. What? The devil? Oh, God. Kind of seems like grooming your debate. I mean, it was kind of strange. He loved God. He was a good person. Yeah, a good person says, I wouldn't fly a plane if a black person was there. Who is Hassan is a fraud? Well, I'm not a fan of Hassan, so I think Hassan's a dipshit. So you won't see me supporting him.
From the J6 committee confidential?
Hassan is half the reason, not half the, but You know, Hassan being fucking popular, I was like, God, this guy is a bad example. What is a woman? All right, I'll answer that. I think a woman is anybody who is displaying feminine characteristics and wants to be called a woman. That's it. I don't think it's that hard. Oh yeah, if I'm ever murdered, please hold a memorial where none of my family show up. There are fireworks and merch sold in the lobby. Wrong. I disagree, man. I don't think, like, how often do we talk about our biology? Do I have, you know, if I grab I always thought this biological thing was weird because how often do we bring biology into our discussions? It's only this topic, you know what I mean? Gender is a very socially constructed thing, you know? Bro, Gog, I am so glad to have you in my chat because that is one of the craziest fucking chats I've ever read. China virus, everybody, hold on, please read what God. Just bask in that. Really just bask in that. But I like you to encourage honest debate. Kudos to you. Hey, I appreciate that, man. I do. Hey, and I really don't hate people that voted MAGA or people that are Republican. I want a functioning Republican Party. You know, I hate the idea that the Republican Party has been captured by this one man because it used to be a lot more diverse in its thoughts and opinions. You know, you had more socially conservative people, and then you had more economically conservative people that were more free in their ideas of social. But now it's just Trump. Anything Trump says goes. Giving up biblical values and importing the world. What are we importing the world? Bro, the world is interconnected, whether you like it or not. And it's never going to change. You can't unplug what's been plugged in. It's not like saying the sun is a construct because the sun is actually physical. Tell me, is the gender of male and female, is that idea physical? Trump isn't Christian enough and that's why you hate him? In certain aspects, yeah, for sure. In certain aspects, definitely. Like feeding the poor, giving up your wealth. Yeah, for sure. Most Republicans are too. I won't stay by Trump. I was RFK, a Christian leader who... RFK is crazy too, gang. RFK is doing called medical biology. I want a JFK-like leader. Now that we can agree on, my friend. I loved JFK, or acting like he was a great president. He really united the nation around the idea of the space race. And I think that was a very great way to fuel innovation with America's kind of competitiveness. I really do think so. And medical biology. So tell me, what besides this topic do we reference medical biology in a normal conversation? Oh, it auto-corrected to RFK? Okay, bet. I was about to say, RFK is crazy, dog. RFK has done some weird shit. But yeah, I like JFK. JFK was a great leader. He's actually my second favorite president. My first favorite president would be FDR. The way he led our nation was pretty great. You know you're fucking nuts when your own family doesn't like you. I know, bro. And it's so sad what happened recently to one of the Kennedys. One of the youngest ones died of cancer, dude. And it just sucks because she's going to know, oh, this is going to be my legacy after, you know, my fave Trump. Oh, yeah. No, I really liked FDR. FDR was a great one. In my lifetime, Biden did pretty well. I know a lot of people shit on Biden, but he actually, if you look at his policy, he did fucking great shit that we're going to be feeling well into the future. Republicans to be better Christians. We've lost the plot. Yeah, my mom is pretty faithful to Christianity, and she just cannot believe what she's seeing. You know, the Bible being used as a casus belli to persecute people is pretty disgusting in her mind, so I don't doubt it, you know. I think it's even sadder that they're using their religion to persecute people. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's bullshit, dude. Anyways, I'll continue a little longer on this, and then I'll probably get out of here. It's been a good night, though. You guys have absolutely killed it with the likes and the subs. Thank you guys so much. If you aren't already, make sure to like and subscribe. I do a show every day. Tomorrow we'll be having a nice long stream starting at 12 p.m. CDT, and hopefully going for a while. Ask not, remember that old JFK quote, ask not what your country to do for you, ask what the fuck is wrong with my nephew. I know, right? You have been great. Thank you. I really appreciate that, dog. But not a typical conversations make them less real concerning gender. Well, gender is much more of a social thing. When I talk about gender, I'm talking about, how do I explain it? So you know the general vibe someone has? Gender has a role in that. You know, they either have a masculine kind of feel or a feminine kind of feel. And so that's what I'm talking about when I talk about gender. I'm not talking about biological, because even trans women will say they don't want to be women, they want to be trans women. And people are having issues with that. Now, if they've made the surgery completely over to be a woman and they're basically indistinguishable, then, you know, it's you're kind of being a dick if you're like, okay, sir. And it's like they don't even have a dick or balls, you know? It's like, come on. How are you even going to do that? But when I'm talking about gender, I'm talking about that certain vibe. So that's kind of what I'm, if that makes sense to you. I tried to make it a little more comprehensive. What is an entrepreneur? Like, what makes one? Let me think there. Me. No. An entrepreneur? I don't know, some smart guy who knew how to make money at the time. I don't believe a trans woman should go into female-only spaces. Well, when you say that, I assume you mean bathrooms. And in that aspect, I mean, all you're doing in a bathroom is pooping and peeing, you know? It's not a great place, you know? It's not like the movies where everybody is huddled around talking about their gossip. It's really just a pooping and shitting place. Sex is not gender. Biological sex is a large chromosome. hormones. Most people are male or female with the small intersex variations. Yeah. Do you notice that big X it's got right there? Okay, Jay, can you please not put your erotic fantasies into my chat? Gym or sports club? I mean, I just don't think it's that big a deal, to be honest. Because you kind of, when you're framing it that way, you're kind of innately saying that these women are only doing, these trans women are only doing it to get a sexual kick out of it. And that's just not the truth. Honestly, I was honestly in a bathroom with a woman today. Entrepreneur is an unemployed rich person. I just think it's somebody who fucking figured out how to make money real quick. It's true though, it's not fantasy. I mean, I'll put it this way, I've had more straight sex in a public place than I've had gay sex. Biological man, but that's just not how it's going down. That's just not how it's going down. Like, when you imagine a trans person, I'm sure you're imagining the stereotypical version, but I've met plenty of trans people, and I promise you, they're not the stereotype. Yeah, how about people mind their own business in lockers? Amen. That's why I don't go to the gym. Too many people staring at my giant toes. Yeah, I think Dylan, you're right about that one. I think you're right about that one.
Did the J6 committee provide you with the Cassidy Hutchinson testimony as part of the trove of documents that you received?
And Dave,
as I said,
I'm just going to tell you this right now. You know you can create your own name, right, man? I'm just saying.
Here now, I don't recall, but it would.
Well, you're familiar with her testimony, aren't you?
I am.
And in fact, wouldn't you agree with me that Ms. Hutchinson's testimony, especially...
All right, BDS is strong with this one, so we're just going to move right on.
President.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, we're definitely not in a court of law today. Half this shit wouldn't come in if we were. I mean, good God. You know? I want to talk about something one of my colleagues, Mr. Nell, said from Texas. He sits on this new January 6th subcommittee, which I also happen to sit on. And he said the same thing in the subcommittee the other week, that it wasn't President Trump that inspired January 6th, right? It wasn't him. He said in the subcommittee that it was actually Ray Epps. Ray Epps. He was the one who told people to break the law and the windows and the doors and to beat police officers and hang Mike Pence.
It really does.
And try to break into the floor of the House and wiping feces on the walls. It was all this guy, Ray Epps, right? So who is Ray Epps? Why is he so powerful? So, I mean, I just did a quick, Google search of Ray Epps, and his Wikipedia page says the powerful Ray Epps is a wedding planner to the Oath Keepers. This is the wedding planner? That's the mastermind of January. You went from Donald Trump. It wasn't Donald. Who are we going to blame?
Bro, yes, Ray Epps is a bad dude.
Who could it be? How about the wedding planner to the Oath Keepers? I mean,
how about the guy that smeared shit? Oh my God.
It's just pathetic. But,
to go
my
to a
colleagues love the
right
past.
now. Hey, you and me both, man.
Mr. Smith, love the past. That's why you're here before Pam Bondi. Okay?
Hold on, that actually, now I'm putting two and two together. I'll be honest, I never understood the concept of strip clubs. I'm going to be honest, this may be a hot take, ladies and gentlemen. Never understood strip clubs. Let's go get hard with our friends. That just doesn't sound fun. That just does not sound like a good time. Strip clubs. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. But anyways.
We haven't had the Attorney General here. We didn't have her last year. She's the only one in the cabinet to not come in committee of reference. But they love the past. Oh, they love talking about January 6th and Hunter Biden and COVID and Barack Obama and Hillary's emails. They love the past. These people love the past so much they're still reenacting the Civil War. Okay? Love the past.
Right now.
But they hate talking about the present. But you know what? Let's talk about the past real quick. Here are some quotes, because I heard one of my colleagues call you a hypocrite. Here are some quotes from my colleagues. Chairman Jordan, right after January 6th, stop the violence, support Capitol Police. Ted Cruz, those storming the Capitol need to stop right now.
I don't know, love my network. I'm not much of a strip club enjoyer. I don't know. Experience like that, like a sexual experience, is very personal, and with me, I don't know. I to have sexual attraction to someone, I kind of have to have that personal connection, and I don't know if I'd get that in just a random strip club. I gotta know the person. God, I sound like such a fucking... Anyways.
But not violence. Chip Roy, today the People's House was attacked, which is an attack on
But
the
it's true, I can't, Anyways.
Itself. Steve Scalise, United States Capitol Police saved my life. Lindsey Graham, when it comes to accountability, the president needs to understand his actions were the problem. Troy Nehls, oh my God, him again. I'm happy to stand shoulder to shoulder with Capitol Police. Darrell Issa, the violence and turmoil we witnessed in Washington, D.C. was completely unacceptable. Rep. McClintock, the attack on Capitol strikes the most sacred act of our democracy. And former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, whose name we heard a lot today, what did he have to say about it? Let me be clear. Last week's violence attack on the Capitol was undemocratic, un-American, and criminal. And make no mistake, those who were responsible should be brought to justice. The president bears responsibility. Period.
Amen, dude. I do sound like a chick. Well, luckily that's what, hey, you gotta have a little connection to him if you have any chance of being, cool. Strip clubs are like cocaine. It's not worth it until you spent way too much. True.
Or exclamation point. But let's talk also about, the present.
And prostitution here is like super illegal, so I don't know how it is in the UK or Europe.
It's the past.
As a
Let's
wider.
talk about the present. These are the guys who created the weaponization committee for the DOJ. So let's talk about the present. Jerome Powell facing investigation. Okay. In fact, we heard about Jonathan Turley, that he's some legal messiah. Jonathan Turley calls the Jerome Powell thing legitimate concerns of retaliation. Lisa Cook under investigation. Mark Kelly, United States Senator, under investigation. Adam Schiff, United States Senator, under investigation. Eric Swalwell, United States Representative, under investigation. Chris Christie, potentially
But I
under
mean, I've
investigation.
dated a stripper before, so I don't have any. I guess the issue comes when I just see it more as a job. You know what I mean? And so I don't think a woman can have that personal, I don't know. I guess I also like, sorry, I got distracted there. I kind of forgot what I was talking about. Anyways, do you guys know what dodging is? No, I do not. Dogging? No.
Smith, oh, that's you, under investigation. Okay, Miles Taylor, former Chief of Staff to United States Department of Homeland Security, under investigation. Christopher Krebs, former Director of
Yeah, you never want to end up looking at porn mags in the alley. Trust me.
Cybersecurity, under investigation.
That is
Indicted,
not a good look.
James Comey, Letitia James, John Bolton. It's weird that they indicted John Bolton but stole his foreign policy. Accused of crimes, former President Joe Biden, former President Barack Obama. Revoked or threatened with revocation of Secret Service protection, Kamala Harris. Hunter Biden, Ashley Biden, the daughter of President Joe Biden.
Why are they going after Ashley? What the hell?
Mayorkas, Mike Pompeo, Brian Hook, General Mark Milley, John Bolton.
Oh, Mike Pompeo is so funny because he's from our state. And I hated that guy for so long. But
Dr. Anthony Fauci, the guy Trump gave a medal to. Security clearance revoked. Joe Biden, Anthony Blinken, Jacob Sullivan, Lisa Monaco, Mark Zaid, Norman Eisen, Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, Andrew Weissman,
Letitia James,
Hillary Clinton,
oh my
Liz Cheney,
God, he really
Kamala
is just
Harris,
going
Adam
after all
Kinzinger,
of 'em.
Fiona Hill, Alexander Vindman, Miles Taylor. I can keep going. Any questions about any of that? We know you don't.
But will the gentleman yield for a question?
I will, please.
Because you have a way of synthesizing that nobody else does, Mr. Moskowitz. Listening to our colleagues today, I wonder if they actually believe any of this would have happened had Donald Trump simply accepted the results of the election.
You mean like Al Gore did when he lost 5-4 at the Supreme Court?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would any of this...
Where people arrange to park their cars in a remote spot like a car park in a wood and watch people fucking in their cars, join in banging in the car, dogging? I have never heard of
Would
that.
the violence have happened? Would the fake
interesting.
counterfeit slates have happened?
No,
the threats against Vice President Pence?
No, none of it would have happened. And Leanne Panetta would still have a security clearance. So would John Brennan. So would Michael Morrell, Michael Vickers.
I like this guy.
I can't get them all in, Mr. Chairman. I can't.
I like this guy. I can't get them all in, Chairman. I can't. Yes, Trump is destroying our country. Amen. But don't lose hope. You know, we got this, guys. This blue wave is coming. And it's going to be strong. I think we're going to win back the Senate. I know I may sound a little crazy, but I think we're going to win back the Senate. Anyways, guys, it is getting late, so I probably am going to wrap up. Shout out to everybody who's been in my chat. Sex work is the most honest work in the world. The open and honest transaction doesn't count as cheating either in my book or no emotional connection. I don't know. I think it might be a cheating just a little bit, but I don't know. You know, it depends on the relationship dynamics. Oh, this is a video of January 6th, by the way. Look at our poor officers, what they had to deal with. I mean, Jesus. Anyways, I'm gonna be getting out of here. It's a late day, but if you guys enjoyed the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. I'm here basically every day. If you guys want to know when I'm streaming, make sure to check my scheduled streams. I'll be streaming a long time tomorrow. Finally finishing Front Mission 4, which we've been meaning to do for a really long while now, and we're finally going to do it. We'll also be reacting to some political stuff, obviously. Anyways, let me get some Morrowind music going, and I'll be getting out of here. Actually, is anybody live that I enjoy? Let me see. No, not really. So we'll just end it. We'll just end it without sending you guys anywhere. Anyways, if you guys enjoyed, make sure to like and subscribe. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night, Dylan. Sleep well, man. I really do appreciate all my liberal soldiers helping me out in my darkest times. Without you, I would definitely, I'd probably be a lol cow, you know what I mean? Anyways, you guys sleep well. Have a good night. Don't go partying too much out there. We need you strong for tomorrow.